de l'hymne national, géré par l'honorable député d'Edmonton Centre.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Déclaration de député, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Nunavut. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last fall, I committed to visiting every community in Nunavut over the coming year. Today, I'm proud to say that I visited 23 of 25 of Nunavut's communities, with Arctic Bay and Grise Fjord scheduled for early next month. I've traveled from Kugluktuk in the west, Kikik-Tugjuaq in the east, Sanikiluaq in the south, and Resolute Bay in the north. Although each of Nunavut's communities are unique, the thoughts and concerns raised by my constituents in every community were similar. Concerns about Nunavut's suicide rate, the lack of mental health facilities and services, the high cost of living, and the broken Nutrition North program were voiced territory-wide. Mr. Speaker, these issues are not new. They are serious and have been significantly affecting the quality of life for Nunavut youth for far too long. Mr. Speaker, we expect and deserve meaningful action on these issues as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, a key opportunity for our economy is the exploding global demand for high-quality protein. Canada's open net aquaculture industry is a key contributor to our seafood exports, but the industry faces some serious constraints. Growing public concern for the health of the environment and for wild stocks, attenuating support from Indigenous peoples, the lack of new licenses, and massive losses globally due to sea lice, viruses, and even in Washington state, complete net pen collapse suggest we need to alter our course. We should recognize these threats and embrace the exciting opportunity. British Columbia has a moratorium on licenses, and our government should support that. There's nothing more perfect or more respected on the west coast of Canada than wild salmon. It's time to deliver on our innovation economy, grow our agri-food exports through land-based salmon aquaculture. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, today is World Tourism Day, and as we all know, tourism is one of the most important sectors in the Canadian economy. And this is especially true in my riding of Banff Airdrie. Tourism is a $90 billion a year industry, and it accounts for 1 in every 11 jobs in Canada. And most tourism operations are small businesses, the backbone of the Canadian economy. Nearly 10% of small and medium-sized businesses in Canada operate in tourism. And over the past month, I've heard from hundreds of tourism operators that are concerned. Tourism operators like campground owners who are outraged that the Liberals are branding them as millionaire tax cheats and comparing them to Marie Antoinette. Tourism is very dependent on factors outside of their control to be successful. And these tax changes will make it harder for Canadians working in tourism to save for a rainy day or plan for their financial futures. And we should be doing everything possible to lessen their tax burden, not increasing it. And today, on World Tourism Day, the Liberals should do the right thing to ensure the viability of the tourism operations by cancelling the proposed small business tax increases.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, this October 7th to 9th, the quaint and historic town of Rigaud will be celebrating its 20th annual Festival of Colours. It's an opportunity for families, friends, and all those who form our community to come together to celebrate the coming of fall and to take in once again our dazzling displays of color, arts, and culture, as well as fun activities and delicious food for the whole family. Mr. Speaker, I invite all those who live in Vaudreuil-Soulanges to join my family and I on this 20th anniversary of the Festival des Couleurs to celebrate the beauty and the strength of our community. This year, more than ever before, things are happening in Rigaud.
Député de Beloeil-Chambly.
Et que je souligne la carrière politique de M. Gilles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with mixed feelings that I highlight the political career of Mr. Gilles Laplante, the mayor of McMasterville, Reeve of the MRC of Vallée de Richelieu. Like all people in McMasterville, I learned on Monday that he won't be seeking a new mandate this fall. Imagine, he served his community for 28 years. First of all, as a councillor from 89 to 93, as mayor from 93 to 2017, and he was has been Reeve for the past 14 years. He's also a mentor, and this is reflective of his personality, discreet, humble, but strong. His advice and encouragement helped me become a better MP. The legacy that he's living means that the city is loved by seniors, families, but the time has come for him to think about his family. I imagine that Bernadette and his family will be happy to have him back. On behalf of everyone in the Richelieu Valley, I'd like to say thank you, Gilles.
For Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, my city of Hamilton has benefited greatly from our government's handling of the economy. In the past year, employment has grown from 308,000 to 429,000 people with jobs in the Hamilton CMA. In my riding, we have a rail car manufacturer whose workforce has more than doubled in recent years, many of whom are being trained by company programs. Products exported all throughout North America. Another company makes equipment for the oil industry in Canada and the United States and struggles to keep up with the demand. And yet another makes infrared heating devices for customers worldwide, including the United States, Germany, and China, despite that country's 20% tariff on his products. These companies range from 30 to 2,500 employees with the potential for more hirings in a strong economic environment. I'm sure Hamilton's success story will be repeated throughout Canada if we stay the course on our management of the economy. Thank you.
Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share that this weekend in my riding of Markham Unionville, I will be hosting a roundtable for small businesses and professionals. I have received numerous calls and emails from the residents of Markham Unionville who are concerned about what these new tax changes means for their families. Many local businesses, owners, and professionals will be meeting this Sunday to discuss the government-proposed tax changes that will be making it harder for them to be successful. Mr. Speaker, these are the entrepreneurs who take risks and create jobs in our country. Professionals, entrepreneurs, and small businesses, men and women, are the backbone of our economy, and I will remind them that I will continue to fight against this tax hike every step of the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today to pay tribute to an outstanding individual who has done so much for so many in Newmarket. I want to personally congratulate Jackie Plater on receiving the Newmarket Honorary Citizen Award. The award was presented by the town in recognition of an individual's outstanding service and commitment. I can't think of a better recipient of this prestigious award. Jackie is exceptional. Her accomplishments are too lengthy to list, but I will name but a few of the organizations she has helped. Belinda's Place, Victim Services, the Newmarket Farmers Market, the Newmarket Historical Society, and the Gala for the Arts. She volunteers her time for Terry Fox, Easter Seals, MS, and In From the Cold. She is a tireless and effective promoter of her beloved Main Street, a jewel in our town. I was proud to attend the ceremony with Jackie and her family and friends on Saturday at Ferry Lake. Jackie, congratulations and thank you. You are indeed the Queen of Newmarket.
Honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many people in this place and many right across the country have been touched by autism. It's something we don't know a lot about, but here's what we do know. 1 in 68 kids are somewhere on the spectrum this day, and that's double in the last 10 years. We also know about the financial and emotional hardships that it brings on families. So we need to hear their voices on the way forward, which is why I'm going to be holding a town hall this Saturday at the Fleetwood Recreation Centre from 3 to 5 p.m. It'll be live streamed on Facebook for those who want to tune in. We're going to have Autism BC. We're going to have Paula Williams, a mom who's lived the challenges and who's also made a great contribution to the national conversation on this issue. And Dave Herford, who is working on a policy that he believes will move the government and the country forward. We need to hear more. We need to do more. That's the focus. That's why we're doing this town hall on Saturday.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Millville.
Mr. Speaker, Communities in Bloom is a Canadian non-profit organization committed to fostering civic pride, environmental responsibility and beautification through community involvement in a national program to enhance green spaces. The lovely town of Nakim, Saskatchewan, in my riding of Yorkton Melville, was recognized with the 5-Leaf Award in the Canada 150 category. The success of the project was spearheaded by 2 groups from the town's high school with funding from the local thrift store. One group, the Goat Getters, were founded 2 years ago to sponsor a World Vision gift of a goat to a family. And the second was the grade 9-10 art students, and in their evaluation, the judges said, "This is a wonderful display of initiative, volunteering, creativity, gardening, restoration, and youth involvement. A tribute to those who give back willingly to help others." Please join me in congratulating the town of Nakim, Saskatchewan.
Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Speaker, during this month of September, Hindus from all over the world are celebrating Navratri, a 9-day festival. This is considered to be a cleansing period for body and soul. The ultimate goal of this festival is to attain virtues over the vices and become victorious in the battle of good over the evil. This festival is now very much visible in Canada, as it has been all across India and the rest of the world. This is another example of cultural diversity that makes our country strong. On behalf of my family and my constituents of Brampton Centre, to all those who are celebrating, I wish you a happy Navratri. Let's continue and make the world a place of one family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, Tree Canada is our country's leading national tree planting charity, and I rise today on National Tree Day to offer my warm congratulations on the occasion of their 25th anniversary. For 25 years, Tree Canada has been growing better places to live all across Canada by planting and caring for trees in our community, reforesting rural areas, and by celebrating the environmental, social, cultural, economic, and spiritual benefits of trees. As a former tree planter and reforestation business owner, I was honored to join Tree Canada President Michael Rosen and his staff, volunteers, and board in planting their 82nd millionth tree in Ottawa near Parliament Hill this afternoon. Thank you, Tree Canada, for what you do, and thank you to the Minister of Natural Resources for being there. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the thousands of Canadian tree planters across the country for their hard work restoring Canada's forests and communities in remote regions across the country. Happy National Tree Day.
Hear, hear.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Conservatives are deeply committed to a foreign policy that advances freedom, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, and in particular that advances the rights of religious and ethnic minorities. Last night, you granted our request to convene an emergency debate to discuss the ethnic cleansing of Muslim Rohingya in Burma. I would like to add my voice to those of other members calling on the Burmese government and Burmese military to stop this vicious assault on fundamental human rights. I also call on the Government of Canada to do more to respond. Canada should have done more earlier, but in any event, we can do more now. The Liberal government needs to raise this issue more forcefully with all levels of the Burmese government. We regret that they did not act earlier, that the Prime Minister did not raise this issue during his speech to the United Nations, and that the Liberals eliminated the Office of Religious Freedom. We, the Conservatives, will continue to present constructive proposals for how the government can move forward. Canadians expect us to stand up for the most vulnerable, and we will continue to urge the Prime Minister to do just that.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start with a special thought for my mother, who would have been 90 today. September, as you know, is Alzheimer's Awareness Month, and we highlighted the World Alzheimer Day on September 21st. In Canada, more than 1 million people are directly or indirectly affected by this cognitive impairment. The illness turns the lives of people afflicted with it and their loved ones upside down, and research continues to find ways to prevent it. I'd like to take this opportunity to underscore the work done by the Alzheimer's Society of Laval, located in Alfred Pellan. This organization works tirelessly, with dedication, to help people with Alzheimer's. They also offer respite and lodging to help families. Their work on awareness warrants our admiration. Good work can continue doing so.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Take Back the Night is an annual event held on college and university campuses and in communities throughout our country. The event includes rallies, marches, and vigils where survivors and supporters alike unite to protest against sexual violence. It's a grassroots event for women to take to the streets and reclaim their right to be there without fear. For women to stand strong, united against all forms of sexual violence and oppression. Our actions work to make our communities safer, standing with survivors fighting for education and awareness of the realities Canadian women face. We also work in solidarity with Indigenous sisters, fighting against the violence through which they survive. Every year, women in Windsor and Essex gather downtown to reclaim the streets with moving speeches by survivors as attendees bear witness to their struggles and their victories. Men join us as allies, lining the streets, holding candles in support. There is nothing more empowering than strong women standing in solidarity with our sisters, mothers, daughters, neighbours and friends. This Saturday, women in Windsor, Essex will take to the streets once again, because in Canada, gender-based violence exists and it must end.
Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of concerned workers and pensioners who are worried about Sears Canada sliding into bankruptcy. A decision on Sears was made this week, a decision that could cost 15,000 Canadian jobs. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Sears chairman, Mr. Brandon Charles, has made a bid to rescue the company and save some jobs. His long-term commitment to Canada and Sears Canada is real and measurable. I hope the government's long-term commitment to saving jobs is also real and measurable. Under liquidation, major banks and law firms stand to make tens of millions of dollars. This government should do more than simply say the matter is before the courts. I hope this government will communicate to the Bank of Montreal and other interested parties that we must support the people who have helped make Sears Canada part of this country's rich history. We support those 15,000 Canadian jobs.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre. Mr. Speaker, this week, the Economic Development and Employability Network of Canada, RDEE, is celebrating its 20th anniversary. Bilingualism is at the heart of who we are as a country. As a proud Franco-Albertan and former president of the Economic Development Council of Alberta, I'm very familiar with the issues facing Francophone minority communities, and I can assure you that the RDEE is an example of perseverance and works hard to support our communities. It contributes to the economic vitality of Francophone communities across the country and improves quality of life for Canadians. I congratulate the RDEE for its excellent work in encouraging the economic, social, cultural development of Francophone communities. Thanks to their 20 years of hard work, we're in a position to bring together more Francophones, Francophiles, and people with Franco curiosity who enhance the vitality of our Francophone communities here in Canada and abroad.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, approximately 6 million Jews perished at the hands of the Nazis during the Second World War. It was an incredibly dark moment in human history and serves as a reminder to all Canadians that we must continue to fight anti-Semitism wherever we find it. Many are persecuted here and around the world for simply being a Jew. I trust that all members agree that we must all stay vigilant to protect their fundamental human rights. Today, I will be joining the Prime Minister at the dedication of Canada's National Holocaust Memorial. Can the Prime Minister inform the House about the importance of working together on this issue, and will he join me in congratulating all those who helped make the dream of a memorial a reality?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate all members of this House from all parties who came together to make sure that this monument got built. This is an important commemoration of the 6 million Jewish men, women and children, as well as 5 million other victims that were murdered during the Holocaust. It will recognize those who survived, many of whom made their way to countries around the world, including Canada, and it will stand as a reminder of the dangers of hatred, racism and intolerance, while affirming respect for human rights, dignity and resilience. With this monument, we all stand together and say solemnly, never again.
Yesterday, at the Finance Committee, experts confirmed that the Prime Minister's plan to increase local businesses' taxes will negatively affect the middle class. Will he admit that his own family fortune will not be affected by these tax increases? It is not surprising that local business owners are angered by this. When will they start listening to local business owners instead of emptying their pockets? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are listening to small businesses and Canadians who are telling us that they want the tax system to be fair. It is unfair that wealthy people can use private corporations to pay tax rates that are lower than that of the middle class. That is why we committed to increasing taxes for the wealthiest, to lowering them for the middle class, and to helping the middle class, including small businesses, to succeed in our economy.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday tax experts confirmed that the Prime Minister's unfair tax hikes would include, quote, terrible disincentives that will stall innovation and hurt the middle class. They also condemned the Liberals', quote, negative tone and, quote, offensive branding of business owners as tax cheats. And even the Liberal member for Edmonton Centre agrees with that one. Will the Prime Minister listen to entrepreneurs, experts, and even his own caucus members, apologize to business owners, and stop this unfair tax grab?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the issue is not with people not following the rules, because people are following the rules. The problem is the rules favour wealthier Canadians over the middle class. Those are the rules we inherited from the Conservatives, and that's part of why Canadians chose this party, this government, to make those changes to the system. The first thing we did was lower taxes on the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%. We then delivered a Canada Child benefit that helps 9 out of 10 Canadian families with the high cost of raising their kids by not sending those benefits to millionaire families.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he's raising taxes on the middle class. He's cancelled popular tax credits, everything from public transit to children's activities. He's threatening a carbon tax that will raise the cost of everything. And now on top of payroll taxes that will make it harder for businesses to hire and expand, he's threatening them with a cash grab, but protecting family fortunes like his own and the Finance Minister. That's not fair. Nobody voted for that in the last one. When will the Prime Minister finally listen to all those who create jobs in our communities and stop his unfair tax grab?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have seen this movie before. It was the 2015 election campaign when the Conservatives were focused on me and on protecting wealthy Canadians, and we were focused on listening to Canadians and helping the middle class and those working hard to join it. for 10 years, Mr. Speaker. That party gave tax breaks and advantages to wealthy Canadians and didn't worry about the middle class. Well, we changed that, and we're going to continue to change that. No matter how much they shout, we are going to keep standing up for the middle class and those working hard to join it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
It's not just us who are upset, Mr. Speaker. We're here as the voice of the millions of Canadians who are going to be hurt by his tax. The concern record on this is clear. Even the Parliamentary Budget Officer agrees that Conservative changes, quote, have been more progressive overall, and that under our government, quote, low and middle income earners have benefited more in relative terms than higher income earners. But let's talk about the wealthy, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister spent Monday with a Chinese billionaire, and last week he met for the third time with the CEO of BlackRock. Why does the Prime Minister love spending so much time with his billionaire friends, but then he locks the door on hardworking middle-class Canadians?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to talk Monday about the opportunities for small businesses across this country to sell to the growing market in China. Our government is working hard to be able to ensure that small producers, whether they be ice wines or cherries, lobsters or apparel, that they be able to pierce into the Chinese market and get good returns for their communities, for their country, and grow the economy. These are the kinds of things that we're busy working hard on to benefit directly the middle class, those working hard to join it, workers across this country, and yes, small business owners who we know are the heart of growth in this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, so many families in Atlantic Canada rely on local businesses.
Excuse me, I think that. Just want to check something. Hold on 1 second, please. What's that? I understand we've already had 5 questions.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Thousands of Canadians are worried about their jobs. Yesterday, we had a reality check with the Trump administration in Washington when it imposed ridiculously high tariffs on Bombardier. But it's not just the employees of Bombardier that are worried. Across Canada, companies who are part of their supply chain have every reason to be concerned. What concrete action will the Prime Minister take to save those Canadian jobs?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform this House that our Minister of Foreign Affairs brought up this issue directly with Trade Representative Leitziger today in the NAFTA negotiations. We will continue to stand up for Canadian jobs every step of the way, defend our workers in the aerospace industry in Quebec and right across the country. We know that the punitive actions taken by Boeing are completely unfounded and without merit. We continue to stand by Canadian aerospace industry, and we will fight for it every step of the way.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Deal with Trump is like watching Bambi deal with Godzilla, Mr. Speaker. It's not an even fight. C'est ça la réponse du Premier ministre.
That's the Prime Minister's answer? Throughout Canada, there are tens of thousands of jobs that are at stake. When will the Prime Minister finally stand up and fight for jobs in the aerospace sector here in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we rise every day to defend jobs in Canada, and we will continue to do so, whether it be with the Americans or around the world. We defend workers' interests, the capacity of the Canadian economy to innovate and to grow. That is essential for the future and to ensure Canada's success and the world's success. We will continue to defend jobs in the aerospace sector throughout the country. We will continue to stand up against the irresponsible actions of Boeing and the Americans. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Quote, we will make Parliament open by default, and, quote, we will ensure that access to information applies to the Prime Minister's and Ministers' offices. Now, from an audit released today on how open this government truly is, quote, even worse than in the latter years of the former Stephen Harper government. And yesterday, the Access to Information Commissioner said she was, quote, very disappointed with this government. As a former teacher, what grade would the Prime Minister give his government's performance on access to information?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to raise the bar on openness and transparency by bringing forward the most significant changes to access to information since 1983. We are empowering the Information Commissioner to order information to be released. We are expanding the Act to include a system of legislative proactive disclosure for ministers' offices, the Prime Minister's office, administrative institutions that support Parliament, and others. We had committed to making Parliament more open, accountable, and accessible to Canadians, and that is exactly what we're doing.
Order, order. I know it's Wednesday and people are in good mood. I know they're enthusiastic, but I asked them to try and contain their enthusiasm and make sure that we can all hear the answers, especially so that I can tell if somebody's breaking the rules.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Only 1/4 of requests for information were answered before the standard 30-day time period. And out of all reviewed requests, 1/3 received no answer at all. When journalists receive answers, they are documents that are completely censored, pages and pages of black ink, Mr. Speaker. Open by default. That's what we were promised. Will the Prime Minister admit that he is the one who has failed? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We are improving openness and transparency of the government by putting forward the most important changes to the Access to Information Act since 1983. The Information Commission will have the power to order the production of information. We are going to extend the scope of the law by including a system of proactive for several offices. We are going to offer key information such as information books for new ministers and make them available to all Canadians without them even having to ask for them. When it comes to openness and transparency, the Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, more and more people are protesting Liberals' ad hoc tax reform, local businesses, business people's associations, chambers of commerce, provinces, and even Liberal MPs are protesting. Will the members on the other side have the courage to rise and to say to this Prime Minister that this is enough? We cannot further tax business people who create jobs and who employ others. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, the Conservative Party, when it was in power, tried to give more advantages to the wealthiest in order to help the economy, and it didn't work. Canadians asked our government to make the tax system more fair by increasing taxes for the wealthiest and by lowering them for the middle class. We will always support the middle class. We will always support small businesses, but we want our system to be fair. That is why we are asking more of the wealthiest. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Here's the reality. 81% of middle-class families pay more taxes and income tax today than when the former Conservative government was in power. And now the Prime Minister is directly attacking local businesses with tax reforms that will destroy jobs throughout Canada by taking even more money out of their pockets and the pockets of the middle class. Are we to understand that the Liberal Party's new slogan and the Prime Minister's new slogan will be to do what I say and not what I do? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Honourable Member wants to talk about numbers. Well, I'll give you some simple ones. 1.8 million businesses exist in Canada. Out of that 1.8 million private businesses, 30 million hold 80% of active investments. We think that those 30,000 corporations should pay their fair share. That's why we want to make the system more fair. We are supporting the middle class. We support small businesses. But we're going to ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share.
Mr. Speaker, the government House leader said this about the Liberal tax hikes. The longer we're talking about this, the more people are concerned that they will be impacted, which is really raising a fear. Well, she's right. Entrepreneurs, small business owners, farmers, their employees are worried sick about the impact of these Liberal tax changes. But here's the real slap in the face. These tax changes will have no impact on wealthy investments like those of the Prime Minister. So my question is, why are the Prime Minister's investments and his business revenues untouched by these tax changes?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, Canadians watch these Conservatives stay focused on me while I stay focused on Canadians. We are focused on small business owners who need help.
Order. It's getting much too noisy. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, these Conservatives love to talk about me, but I want to talk about Canadians. I want to talk about those small business owners. I want to talk about hard-working Canadians who didn't get a break for 10 years under the Conservative government. We're going to continue to create benefits for the middle class and those working hard to join it, because not just because it's the right thing to do, because that's what grows the economy. The Canada Child Benefit, the tax break for the middle class, these are the things that have led to the economic growth we're seeing now.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, there's a pattern with the Prime Minister talking about himself. He takes away childcare benefits from families across Canada, saying wealthy families like himself don't need help with their childcare. Then he gets 2 full-time nannies paid for, guess who? The taxpayer. Then he says the rich should pay more, and he taxes all of our local businesses while his investment is protected. Why is the Prime Minister always creating policy that protects himself and making hardworking Canadians pay for his bill?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we see that the Conservative Party has one approach: personal attacks. We're not going to engage with that. We're going to focus on helping Canadians.
Order. I'd ask members to try to control themselves and to try to control their colleagues. Ask them to calm down. Otherwise, there's a danger of losing questions. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
Speaker, we're going to stay focused on what Canadians asked us to do. Fix the system so it's fairer. Make the changes to the system that the Conservatives refuse to make, and help the middle class and those working hard to join it. That's our focus. We're going to be supporting small businesses. We're going to be supporting hardworking Canadians. Let them continue to fight for wealthy Canadians. We know that we grow the economy from the centre out.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, these Conservatives will always call out rank hypocrisy when we see it. And we know that under this Liberal government, the middle class is paying higher taxes. Farmers, tradespeople and small local business owners across Canada are worried, and crippling new tax proposals from this government could see them paying even more. They pay more while the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister and their family fortunes will remain untouched. Why should hard-working farm families see their taxes increase when the wealthy elites like this Prime Minister will continue to have his family fortune sheltered?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, they can't help themselves. They keep talking about me. I'm going to stay focused on Canadians. I'm going to stay focused on the fact that 80% of the money in passive investment in private corporations across this country is held by less than 2% of those private corporations. We know, Canadians all know, that the system gives advantages to wealthy Canadians, encourages wealthy Canadians to use private corporations to pay lower tax rates than middle-class Canadians. That's not fair, and that's what we're staying focused on.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, these Liberal tax proposals were carefully crafted to protect those that matter most to the Liberals. themselves. Because under this Liberal government, wealthy insiders are always taken care of. The Finance Minister's billion-dollar family business, Morneau Chappelle, it's protected. The Prime Minister's family fortune and taxpayer-paid nannies will be sheltered while small businesses are forced to pay more. Can the Prime Minister confirm he won't lose a single cent of his family fortune because of these Liberal tax changes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, what we see from these Conservatives are the politics of fear, of anxiety, of insecurity, of scaremongering. We stand here to commit to Canadians that we will support the middle class and those working hard to join it, that hard-working small businesses will get benefits and that the wealthiest will pay their fair share. That's what Canadians asked us to do. That is what we're staying focused on, despite the tactics of the opposition.
Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Canadian companies hid nearly $40 billion in tax havens, which cost Canadian taxpayers between $5 and $8 billion in unpaid taxes. The Liberals say they want a tax system where everyone pays their fair share. When will they crack down on companies that use tax havens? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government takes tax evasion very seriously, and that is why for the last two budgets we've invested nearly $1 billion in the Canadian Revenue Agency in order to counter tax evasion and avoidance. We know that there's always more to do, but we are doing it. We take this very seriously, and we expect, like all Canadians, that our tax system be fair for everyone. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Promised, quote, an overdue and wide-ranging review of the over $100 billion in tax expenditures that now exist. That's precisely what we in the NDP are calling for, to widen the consultations and go after tax havens and stock option loopholes like they promised. But the government refuses. The Finance Minister said, quote, that issue is not something that we've backed away from. It's just not something we've moved forward on. Will the Liberals respect their own platform and finally go after tax scams for the rich?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I can understand the NDP's impatience. They always seem to be impatient about everything. We are working very, very hard to get just that. We put close to $1 billion into tax avoidance and tax evasion by giving the tools to Canada Revenue Agency to actually be able to counter that. We continue to work hard on making our tax system fair. That's why we put forward proposals that will ask wealthy Canadians to stop using the advantages that the system currently gives them. That's why we're changing the system, and I'd love to hear the NDP supporting us in that measure.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has gone across the country accusing our small businesses, avoiding paying their fair share, attacking them as, quote, wealthy cheats. Mr. Speaker, those are the words of the Prime Minister. Now he wants us to cry crocodile tears for him because people are asking questions about the bills that he's going to have to pay under these proposals. Under the proposal, Mr. Speaker, a small business owner will pay as high as 73% of his passive income, whereas this Prime Minister will pay almost a third less on his public pension. Unbelievable. How is that fair?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It's always the question, Mr. Speaker, whether the Conservatives actually believe what they're saying or they just choose to make it up as they go along. Because the numbers that they put forward have absolutely no basis in reality. We are focused on the fact that the system we inherited from Canadians encourages wealthy Canadians to use private corporations to pay lower tax rates than middle-class Canadians, and that's not fair. We are going to fix that because that's what Canadians expect of this government. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
He has a problem with our numbers. This is a Prime Minister who said he'd raise $3 billion in additional taxes from the wealthy, but just last week his own finance department produced a report showing that revenues from the wealthiest taxpayers actually went down by $1 billion in the first fiscal year. And then a report this week by the Fraser Institute showed that taxes actually went up by $800 for the average middle-class family. Why is everything that should be going down going up, and everything that should be going up going down?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the members opposite want to talk about how Canadian families are doing, they need to acknowledge the Canada Child Benefit, which the Fraser Institute completely overlooked. The Canada Child Benefit delivers more money to 9 out of 10 Canadian families, and has been doing so for over a year now. And what it is doing is not only lifting hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty across this country, reducing child poverty by 40%, it is creating growth in our economy by putting more money in the pockets of the middle-class families who need it. These are the things we're doing that they never did and that they opposed.
The honourable member for Carleton. Order.
Mr. Speaker, nobody saw their child care benefit increase more than this Prime Minister, who now has 2 taxpayer-funded nannies, despite the fact that he has a massive multi-million-dollar family fortune. And, Mr. Speaker, a small business person earning just $50,000 a year under the proposed plan would pay a tax rate of 60% on his passive income. This Prime Minister would pay 53% on his passive income.
How is that fair?
Why is a small business person paying so much more than this millionaire Prime Minister?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you shouldn't be able to stand in this House and just make things up.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Every time you stand up, you make stuff up. Every time. Better not stand it up every time. Better resign. Wow. Better resign. You're making this up. You're a genius.
I guess we're going to have to go on. Honourable d'Outremont.
Honourable member for Outremont.
Nobody talks.
Wait, okay. Ask the question. They took sides there.
Nobody talks a better game than the Prime Minister when it comes to climate change. At the UN, during NAFTA negotiations, you name it, the Liberal Party promises that Canada will respect its commitments, but there's a problem. In order to meet our obligations under the Paris Accord, our greenhouse gas emissions actually have to start going down at some point. After increasing greenhouse gas emissions during his first 2 years in office, can the Prime Minister promise Canadians they'll decrease over the next 2 years? Yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians understand is in order to grow a strong economy, we need to protect the environment, and in order to protect the environment, we need to grow the economy. We need to do them both together. Now, members on the opposite side of the House have picked one or the other, don't understand that we need to do them both together. That is why, at the same time as we are moving forward on an economic plan that creates good jobs and gets our resources to new markets, we are bringing in a national carbon pricing framework. We are creating a world-class oceans protections plan. We are incentivizing the creation of renewable energy.
Honourable member for Outremont.
The federal government will actually be increasing greenhouse gas emissions, Mr. Speaker. Le Premier ministre adore faire la
The Prime Minister loves sermonizing other people, but he's following Stephen Harper's plan, Stephen Harper's timeline, and Stephen Harper's targets. And you know what? He'll never meet those targets because he doesn't have a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. If we don't reduce greenhouse gas emissions, everything else is worth nothing. When will the Prime Minister look Canadians in the eye and say, yes, we will reduce greenhouse gas emissions in this country? That is the question. Let's hope he stops avoiding it. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the NDP believes that we're doing too much for economic growth, and the Conservatives believe that we're doing too much to protect the environment. We are moving forward with a responsible plan that recognizes our Paris Agreement obligations, that recognizes our responsibility toward future generations, and we are protecting the environment in a responsible way while creating the jobs of the future. That is what Canadians expect, and that is what we will always do.
Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents understand the importance of having sound evidence on which to base our decisions. The decisions that will affect the health and safety of Canadians. Our government was elected on the promise to restore evidence-based decision-making, beginning with the appointment of a chief science advisor, a position abolished by the previous government. Can the Prime Minister update this House on the important developments with this position?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Don Valley North for his question. Yesterday, I was proud and delighted to announce, along with the Minister of Science, Canada's new Chief Science Advisor, Dr. Mona Nemer. Dr. Nemer is a distinguished Canadian health researcher and a leading academic executive at the University of Ottawa. As Chief Science Advisor, she will provide impartial scientific advice to myself and the Minister of Science so we can make better decisions based on evidence on health and environmental issues that affect all Canadians.
The member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, if I were defending that plan, I think I might just sit down and be quiet as well, too. This is a plan that will impose a double tax on the passive savings that small business owners use to fund their retirement. That tax can reach as high as 73%. That double tax will not apply to the millionaire owners of multinational companies trading on Bay Street. Why not?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're proud that Canada has competitive corporate tax rates. It's part of our advantage. If the members opposite want to propose to raise corporate tax rates, they can do so in their next election platform. Until that time, we're going to continue to focus on growing the economy, supporting small businesses, and helping the middle class and those working hard to join it. That's what Canadians asked us to do. That's what we're going to continue to do.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, we do not believe in raising taxes on anyone. This member across the way believes in raising them on middle-class small business owners, putting them at a comparative disadvantage with the wealthiest multinational corporations that trade on Bay Street, companies like Morneau Chappell. Now, those companies will be able to outbid our middle-class small business owners and farmers for assets in the marketplace. Why is this Prime Minister creating distortions that favor the wealthiest elite at the expense of the middle class?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the only distortions are the ones brought forward by the member opposite, who is trying to scare small business owners and torque up an issue to defend the approach that the Conservatives have always taken of benefiting the wealthy and ignoring the hard-working Canadians who work every day to build this country. We committed to help the middle class and those working hard to join it, and that's what we're doing. I might ask the member opposite why he voted against lowering taxes on the middle class and raising them on the wealthiest 1%. That is something we're proud we did. Unfortunately, the members opposite voted against it.
Member for Carleton.
Actually, I didn't vote against that, Mr. Speaker. I voted against a plan that has seen the wealthiest Canadians pay less and the average middle-class Canadian pay $800 more. What I voted in favour of was the previous government's plan to lift 1 million people off the tax rolls altogether and to reduce the tax rate on people earning $30,000 a year by 80%. That's what I voted for. Now, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is imposing a plan that will apply to every single person who owns a private business, including those with low income. It does not apply to the wealthiest shareholders, including those in his cabinet. Why not?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite has been listening to the consultations as we have, has been talking with Canadians, has been engaging in a broad range of listening to folks. But it disturbs me that he still thinks that we're applying this to every single small business owner. The fact is, we are looking at the fact that wealthy individuals use private corporations to pay lower tax rates than middle-class Canadians. That's not fair. We are going to to continue to support small businesses and help middle-class Canadians. It's what we got elected for. It's what we're going to stay focused on, despite all the fears from the other side.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Can the Prime Minister please point to the section or the clause in his proposed legislation or the sentence in his consultation paper in which he clearly states that no one earning less than $150,000 a year will pay any of these new taxes?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're happy to engage in ongoing consultations with Canadians on the details of how to move forward the best way so that we make the tax system fairer. But at the core of this government is a promise to support the middle class and those working hard to join it, to help small businesses succeed in an increasingly disrupted, globalized world. We are focused on helping Canadians because for 10 years, that government focused on the wealthiest. Right.
The honourable member for Outremont. If the Prime Minister wants to talk about promises, let's look at another promise that he made. 3 times, the Human Rights Tribunal ordered the Prime Minister to stop racial discrimination against First Nations children. But instead of complying, he has continued to fight First Nations children in court. Why is the Prime Minister continuing to perpetuate discrimination against First Nations children? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, no relationship is more important than our relationship with Indigenous peoples. That is why we've committed record amounts, $8.4 billion the first year, $5 billion the next year, to provide services so that we can work to correct the shortcomings for First Nations peoples, which are completely unacceptable. We know there's a lot of work to be done. We are continuing to move forward, and I have great trust in our new minister who will continue to deliver on that promise, which is so long awaited by so many Canadians. We will provide a better future for our young Aboriginal peoples.
Slogan, but here's the reality. The Prime Minister promised a nation-to-nation relationship and to stop taking First Nations children to court. But rather than comply with the Human Rights Tribunal's 3 separate rulings, 2 years into his mandate, he's still spending millions of dollars to fight First Nations children in court. Shame. That's the reality. What those children want to know is, why is the Prime Minister still fighting them in court?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have significantly increased the support to First Nations education, to young Indigenous peoples in difficult situations, but we know there is an awful lot more work to do. That is why we have taken the historic step of this concrete step towards moving beyond the Indian Act once and for all by separating Indigenous and Northern Affairs into 2 distinct departments, one for the nation-to-nation relationships and the other for Indigenous service delivery. This is a meaningful, concrete step that is going to make a real impact in the lives and the future of millions of Canadians across this country.
The member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government paid $437,000 to a former Liberal candidate, Cynthia Wesley Eskima, for only a few months of work. Now, this former Liberal candidate is very unapologetic with regards to this gesture. However, Cindy Blackstock described this $500,000 cash grab as nothing more than a public relations exercise. Now, there appears to be a discrepancy in viewpoints here. Does the Prime Minister agree with his former candidate or with Cindy Blackstock?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to completely overhauling child and family services in full partnership with First Nations communities. The Minister's special representative has met with over 26 chiefs, experts, officials, advocates, and individuals with lived experience from coast to coast to coast to inform our commitment to First Nations child welfare reform. We look forward to receiving her report and recommendations on how we can transform the system to better support and reflect the needs of First Nations children and put their well-being first.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, close to $500,000 is an extraordinary amount of money for what appears to be a public relations exercise. That's what Cindy Blackstock said, trying to understand the payment of $500,000 for 8 months' work to a failed Liberal candidate and Liberal Party donor. Wow. The Prime Minister rewarded his entitled friend with a gold-plated contract while Indigenous children continued to go without needed care. Will the Prime Minister admit that $500 grand would have been better spent directly on the needs of Canada's Indigenous children rather than in the pocket of this Liberal insider?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, moving forward with a nation-to-nation relationship in the spirit of reconciliation means consulting. It means listening to the affected people to understand how best to move forward. That's why the Special Representative has met with 26 chiefs, has met with experts, officials, advocates and individuals with extraordinary lived experiences from coast to coast to coast to inform how we're moving forward on completely renewing child and family services for First Nations communities.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, another question on the Liberals' wastage of hard-earned tax dollars trying to cover up political problems. $10 million in an attempted secret payoff to Omer Khadr, millions to fight Indigenous children and women in court, almost $500,000 to a defeated Liberal candidate for a PR campaign to fight a tribunal ruling in favour of Indigenous children. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister robbing the middle class to pay for Liberal profligacy?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the member opposite's outrage at the settlement in the Omer Khadr case. I understand Canadians' outrage. I understand how angry I am that we had to settle that. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, we should all be outraged and remain outraged that Canadian governments violated a Canadian's fundamental rights. And if we stay angry enough for long enough, maybe no future government will ever violate a Canadian's fundamental rights that way again.
The Honourable Member, order.
Alors.
Order. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the World Anti-Doping Agency is located in Montreal. It's a very important organization given its mission. This agency not only creates good jobs in the region of Montreal, it also raises our profile on the international stage. Can the Prime Minister inform this House and all Canadians of the measures that this government is taking to ensure that this organization will stay in Montreal long term? Right, Honourable Prime Minister. I thank the member for Bourassa for his question. The World Anti-Doping Agency is an important organization for Montreal, Quebec, and all of Canada. The Minister of Transport, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Science and Innovation, as well as others, have worked with the Government of Canada and the City of Montreal to maintain that headquarters in Montreal. There's still work to be done, but I'm happy that the steering committee of the agency is engaging in negotiations for the headquarters to stay in 21 past 2021 for another 10 years.
Speaker, hundreds of people across Atlantic Canada have been coming out to town halls and public consultations because they are legitimately concerned about the Prime Minister's own proposals. They know this is going to have such a negative impact because so many of them are local business owners, and they use these measures legitimately to pass on the family farm or the fishing boat. And today, all 4 Atlantic opposition leaders are denouncing the Prime Minister's plan because they know that under his administration, middle-class Canadians are paying more. And it's even worse in Atlantic Canada, where provincial Liberal taxes are already killing jobs and opportunities. Will the Prime Minister finally listen to his Atlantic Canadian friends, even his own caucus, and cancel these unfair taxes?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government is always proud to stand up for and stand with our friends from Atlantic Canada. We know that creating economic growth, that boosting small businesses, that creating economic opportunity across Atlantic Canada is a priority that this government shares with all Atlantic Canadians. That's why we're moving forward to make our tax system fairer so that we can support small businesses as they work hard to grow our economy right across the country, and we can make sure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes.
Honourable Member for Outremont. The Prime Minister himself promised that he would restore home mail delivery for everyone who had lost it. 10 months ago, the House Committee, with several Liberal members sitting on it, recommended that this service should be restored. Since that recommendation, we've heard absolutely nothing from the government. Why won't the Prime Minister simply admit that he's broke his own promise to restore home mail delivery service? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect a high-quality service from Canada Post, and that's what we've promised them. We know that we live in a world that is changing. We put a moratorium on the installation of new post boxes. We know that there's a lot of thought that needs to be put into the issue of how we can make Canada Post meet our expectations and our responsibilities, and that's what we're working on very diligently. The Honourable Member for Miramichi-Grand Lake. Mr. Speaker, we all know that this is very important for our environment,
which are significant to our heritage, culture, and of course our economy. Canada is committed to protecting 5% of our marine and coastal area by the end of this year and 10% by 2020. Can the Prime Minister update this House on the government's progress towards these targets? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Miramichi-Grand Lake for his question. We are deeply committed to achieving our marine conservation targets. I'm pleased to announce in this House today that we are taking one more step towards reaching our goal by creating 2 marine refuges on the East Coast, including one in Miramichi Bay in my colleague's riding. This is just one more example of our real action to protect our oceans for future generations.
Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
100 years ago, the wartime government of Robert Laird Borden introduced an income tax. Believe it or not, Liberals actually opposed the new tax. But wait, Liberals opposed the new income tax because, you guessed it, it wasn't high enough. The Liberal whip of the day said it would be a mere flea bite and complained that the new tax does not take from men enough to make it hurt. I give them full marks for consistency, but after 100 years of Liberals continually pressing to raise taxes, isn't it time to stop making it hurt so much?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, over the past 2 years, we've seen, after 10 long years of Conservative governance, positive signs of growth, job creation, an economy on the upswing, and a large part of that is because of the investments we made in our communities, in the middle class, and because we lowered taxes on the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1%, because we brought in a Canada Child benefit that puts more money in the pockets of those who need it by not sending money to those who don't need it. And we continue to be committed to making our tax system fairer for Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing with the recent measures we're discussing.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's speech to the UN General Assembly stressed the humiliation, neglect, and abuse that many Indigenous people have suffered as a result of colonialism in Canada. The trauma experienced by those of us who attended residential schools has resulted in transgenerational addiction and mental health issues in Nunavut. These issues have and continue to contribute to a suicide rate in Nunavut that is 10 times the national average. Can the Prime Minister inform the House of the government's plan to address this crisis? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to thank the member from Nunavut for his question. We are committed to a renewed nation-to-nation relationship and to closing the gap in health and mental wellness and outcomes for First Nations and Inuit peoples. We are investing more than $300 million each year in community programming to help address the mental wellness needs of First Nations and Inuit populations. Budget 2017 also included $118.2 million over 5 years to supplement existing mental health programming for First Nations and Inuit. There remains much more to do, but we are committed to supporting local communities in a true Inuit to Crown relationship.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Her Excellency Malu Dreyer, President of the Federal Council, the Bundesrat of the Federal Republic of Germany.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie is rising on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think you will agree that there is unanimous consent for the following motion, that this House acknowledge the importance of the aeronautic industry and that Bombardier is an important employer in Canada, in Quebec, and it reiterate the importance of this company and the importance of protecting jobs in light of the decision taken in the United States. The honourable member have the consent of the House to move the motion. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopted.
Carried.
Dépôt, l'honorable député, the honourable member for Carleton is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is standard practice that members make reference to government documents in the House of Commons, that they do table them. Earlier on during the debate, I made reference to the annual financial report of the Government of Canada, which showed that the wealthiest Canadians paid less tax in the government's first full fiscal year in office, revenues from that group falling by roughly $1 billion. Wow. I quoted directly from page 16 of that document. The Prime Minister said that was all false. I am here today to table the document in question, and I trust that I will have unanimous and enthusiastic consent from the government to deposit that document.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to take? No, there's no unanimous consent. Dépôt de document.
Tabling of documents.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de document. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et au nom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 38-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the Agreement on Enhancing International Arctic Scientific Cooperation signed in Fairbanks on May 11, 2017. At the 26th Congress in Istanbul, 2016, amendments to Part to the General Agreement on Tariff and Trade 1994, pursuant to the ministerial decision on export competition adopted in Nairobi.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, I have the honour to table in both official languages the response of the government to the fourth report of the Standing Committee on National Defence, entitled Protection of Our Military Personnel, tabled April 16th, 2017.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Bills. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have, pursuant to the Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the 62e session annuelle de l'Assemblée.
Annual session of the Parliamentary Assembly from November 18th to 21st, 2016 in Istanbul, Turkey. Pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to table in both official languages a report of the Canadian delegation to the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association dealing with its participation in the
Security, Economics and Security and Political Committees in Brussels, Belgium, from February 18th to 20th in 2017. Thank you.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the seventh report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage called Women and Girls in Sport.
9. The committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, this is a petition to the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Board. We, the undersigned citizens of Canada, call upon the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to repeal the decision to remove LJ and Ronel to South Africa and grant them the landed immigrant status to Canada. They're seeking a safe place to become productive members of our open and welcoming society. Thank you.
Petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at the Baveline Cottage Resort in Barry's Bay, a quiet, carefree, and relaxing destination in the riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time, year-round employees will continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses. And they are especially concerned that now with the full assault on small businesses, that some of their campers, like those who have construction companies, will also be hit with the definition of being a small business and requiring them to have a minimum of 5 full-time, year-round employees as well.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to present two petitions today that came back over the summer months. First one is a petition, electronic petition 968 that received almost 600 signatures, and it's in relation to Ukraine and the conflict in Donbass and Crimea, and it's calling upon the government to do a number of things, including signing the Canada-Ukraine Defence Cooperation Agreement, which the government did, by the way, Mr. Speaker, that after a year-and-a-half delay, that the government reinstate Radarsat-2 imagery to the Ukrainian military, which the Liberals took away and which President Poroshenko asked to receive back, and that they provide lethal equipment to support the Ukrainian military. And finally, is that we add Ukraine to the automatic firearms country control list, which Conservatives have been calling on the government to do for quite some time. And my second petition, Mr. Speaker, that I want to present relates to the Falun Gong and the ongoing persecution of those individuals. And in particular, the petitioners here are asking that the Government of Canada condemn the illegal arrest of a Canadian citizen who was practicing Falun Gong but was arrested in China on February 19, 2017, and they call for her immediate and unconditional release of Canadian citizen Miss Kwan Sung.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by residents of British Columbia, including constituents from my riding of Port Moody, Coquitlam, that I'd like to table today. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to condemn the illegal arrest of a Canadian citizen and call for the immediate and unconditional release of Ms. Kwan Sung. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Barrie Innisfil is commonly known as Terminal 4. My riding is home to many pilots, flight crews, and many industries that support Pearson International Airport, commonly known as YYZ. Today I present e-petition 1051, a petition that has generated much conversation around flight safety and flight duty time. I've met with air carrier owners and representatives, pilots associations, and pilots themselves. This petition has also made it possible for some of these mentioned stakeholders to be aware of the changes proposed by Transport Canada. All want to make air travel the safest in the world. This petition asks the government and the Minister of Transport to seriously consider the input of all concerned and address the proposed flight fatigue rules. The petition has 9,056 signatures. I support this petition and proudly present it in the House today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to introduce a petition. First petition I'm introducing is from almost 2,000 Canadians demanding an end to the carbon tax cover-up and asking for simple, straightforward answers on what the carbon tax will cost them. Secondly, I'm presenting petitions from hundreds of Canadians who are outraged by the government's unfair tax changes. They're calling the government to cancel these tax increases and lower the small business tax rate. Finally, I have a petition from some constituents requesting changes to the electoral system. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of people in my riding of Haldimand, Norfolk, who are deeply concerned with Clause 14 of Bill C-51. As it stands, Clause 14 will remove the only provision in the Criminal Code that directly protects the rights of individuals to freely practice their religion, whatever that religion may be. This petition calls on the government to remove Clause 14 from this legislation and to protect the religious freedoms of all Canadians.
Presentation de petitions.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by many citizens in Belleuil-Chambly asking the Minister of Immigration to give Sophie Théoret to give them permanent resident status, which was approved but then revoked after the tragic death of Nicholas, her spouse. We hope that we will have good news on this petition. This petition demonstrates the solidarity of the community with this individual. We hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. On a lighter note, I am pleased to note that this is the 1,000th electronic petition. Thank you.
Petitions. Présentation de pétition. L'honorable député de Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlevoix-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I have citizens in Ottawa to attend the tabling of this petition, asking about employees at the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Airport in Montreal who, in March, there was an inquiry by TVA indicating that there were 4 radicalized employees. 2 were dismissed, but 2 remained employed at that airport. The petition asks that the 2 remaining be withdrawn from working on the tarmac and in the airport. When one is radicalized, that shouldn't happen. Petition signed by more than 700 people throughout Canada asks that those employees not be permitted to work there and that the government look into it. Thank you.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Question inscrite au feuilleton. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Questions on the order paper. The parliamentary secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Thank you.
Questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed also? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. A request for emergency debates. Demande de débat d'urgence.
Request for emergency debates. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to Section 52 of the Standing Orders, I ask for an emergency debate to be held on the decision of the U.S. Department of Trade to impose countervailing duties of up to 220%. Boeing falsely accused the C-Series planes of being illegally subsidized. By doing so, Boeing was insisting that Quebec's fleet was dumping its aircraft, insisting that this dumping was causing their industry harm. They asked the Department of Trade to impose 80% duties on the C-Series planes coming into the United States. The U.S. Department of Trade decided to use a nuclear weapon, a trade nuclear weapon, and to impose duties 3 times higher than what Boeing was asking for, which is a ridiculous decision. Instead of $20 million, they're going to have to pay $60 million for a plane. This decision is troubling because it is based on nothing. We know that government participation in the development of the C-Series is not a subsidy. It is an investment through which Quebec and Ottawa have accepted some risk in the project and will be repaid as sales are done. Boeing has not suffered at all because it was not in line for the Delta Airlines contract. As we are renegotiating NAFTA, one can legitimately ask ourselves of the relevance of negotiating agreements with delinquents who infringe upon them. If Quebec is a society that has moved forward technologically more than the rest of Canada, we owe it to our aeronautics sector. Boeing is part of the worldwide market of airplanes, but Bombardier in Quebec is now playing in their yard. Obviously, our ingenuity and the quality of Quebec's aeronautics is starting to bother our neighbors to the south. If we don't let the United States infringe upon treaties and trade rules to prevent we can't let them do this. It is urgent to act. The punitive duties have not yet been applied. We need to make sure that this doesn't happen when the first C-Series planes are delivered to the U.S., likely in the coming spring. The House of Commons must send a strong message. Members must have the opportunity to raise the concerns of the public that they represent, nothing less. That is why an emergency debate will allow us to suggest to the government possible solutions in the face of this situation. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I ask you to authorize an emergency debate within the earliest possible time. Thank you. I appreciate the arguments that have been presented by the Honourable Member for Joliette. I have to say that this request does not meet the requirements for an emergency debate.
For emergency debates, the Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This morning I wrote you requesting an emergency debate in accordance with Standing Order 52. The Finance Minister's unfair tax changes will lead to dire consequences for our local businesses and family farmers. Yet this government has allotted exactly 0 hours to debate them before the end of the consultation period on October 2nd. Parliament, and not the government, is the final authority on taxation. The government cannot tax what Parliament does not approve. Despite this, the government has not even given the opportunity to members of this House, the House of the common people who will pay the bill for this tax increase, to hold a debate on the costs. In the spirit of nonpartisanship and cooperation, our House Leader, the member for Portage-Lisgar, asked the government for the government's consent on a take-note debate on this subject. Unfortunately, the government refused. Therefore, we are appealing to you, Mr. Speaker, to schedule an emergency debate. These consultations were announced in the middle of the summer with just 75 days of feedback from Canadians, including during a time period where our farmers were in their fields harvesting their crops, unable to defend themselves against a tax change that will give major advantages to large international corporations seeking to take over the family farm. Every day, this House has heard statements from affected Canadians delivered through members of the opposition, from farmers who plan to hand down their farms to their sons and daughters, but now will face a much larger tax bill for doing so, and whose kids may therefore be turned into tenants to foreign corporate landlords. From the local grocer who saved for his retirement and protected himself against a downturn in his business. From small business owners who played by the rules while this government referred to them as tax cheats. Canadians are concerned, and they deserve answers. This matter is urgent, not only because of the consultation period closing just next week, but also because the minister plans to impose this taxation retroactively to when the consultation was released on July 18th. It would set a dangerous precedent to allow the government to impose retroactive taxation without any debate or scrutiny in this House. To conclude, these proposed changes have been subject to intense media and opposition scrutiny for almost 2 months outside of this chamber. They deserve to have the same kind of scrutiny inside the chamber, where the final decision on them will be made. Therefore, I ask you to schedule an emergency debate on this subject to take place prior to the October 2nd, 2017 consultation deadline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
I thank the honourable member for Carleton for his intervention in this regard and his arguments in respect to the matter. And I must indicate that the requirements of the emergency debates, his proposal does not quite meet the exigencies of what is necessary to begin an emergency debate. And so we'll leave it at that, and we'll carry on with orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. First time debated at second reading of Bill C-55, the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act.
Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Mr. Macaulay. Cardigan moves that Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. Debate, the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege for me to speak in the House on this important legislation at the beginning of the second reading debate. It's the first chance I've had as Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard to speak on a piece of government legislation in my portfolio, so you can imagine how pleased I am to be standing in the House today and to have a chance to talk to colleagues about an important element of our government's agenda. Madam Speaker, Canada is uniquely blessed with an abundance of freshwater and marine coastal areas that are both ecologically diverse and economically significant. Our government knows that we have a responsibility to steward these resources for future generations. Madam Speaker, in my mandate letter, I was asked by the Prime Minister to increase the proportion of Canada's marine and coastal areas that are protected to 5% by the end of this year, by the end of 2017, and 10% by 2020. I'm pleased and proud to say, Madam Speaker, that thanks to the efforts of so many people and so many organizations, we will meet these targets. It's a commitment we made to Canadians, and Madam Speaker, Canadians should know that we will meet this important obligation. Internationally, Canada's commitment to meet the 10% target was confirmed when we signed on to the Aichi Target 11 under the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, and again in 2015 when we supported the UN General Assembly's 2030 Sustainable Development Program. These efforts, Madam Speaker, have garnered multi-partisan support over many years, and I want to thank colleagues on all sides of the House for their commitment to protecting Canada's marine resources. Madame la Présidente, pour atteindre nos objectifs.
Madam Speaker, to achieve our marine conservation objectives, our approach to establishing marine protected areas and networks of marine protected areas is guided by three fundamental principles: a science-based decision-making process, transparency, and reconciliation with Indigenous groups. Cooperation is essential to move forward our efforts in terms of marine protection, and we are working with provinces and territories, Indigenous groups, industry, and other stakeholders, and other environmental stakeholders to set up networks of marine protected areas. We are going to ensure that we advance reconciliation as we establish these zones. We are working hard to work with Indigenous groups, the Inuit, evidently, to enlighten our process and to leverage their traditional knowledge.
Has a clear plan to reach these marine conservation targets. Not only is this plan guiding our domestic efforts, but, Madam Speaker, it's also helping us reclaim Canada's position as an international leader in ocean conservation. We are making, as I said a moment ago, Madam Speaker, excellent progress. We've now protected 3.63% of Canada's marine environment, over 200,000 square kilometres. This new total includes long-term fisheries area closures that the Prime Minister referred to a few moments ago in question period. Madam Speaker, the first piece of our plan is to finish what was started, to complete the designation of marine protected areas that were already in the regulatory process. We currently have 11 Oceans Act MPAs in all three oceans. This year alone, we announced the establishment of the Hecate Strait MPA off British Columbia, which provides protection for globally unique glass sponge reefs that are thousands of years old. And, Madam Speaker, we also created the St. Anne's Bank MPA off Cape Breton, which is home to many endangered species like the leatherback turtle. Madam Speaker, more on the way as we progress with the establishment, for example, of the Laurentian Channel and Banc des Américains MPAs as well. Last month, my colleague, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, announced the final boundaries of the Lancaster Sound National Marine Conservation Area. This was a very, very significant step, obviously in partnership with the Inuit peoples. The boundaries of this marine conservation area, the largest in Canada, were developed by the federal government in collaboration with the government of Nunavut and located in the Northwest Passage. This area is of particular importance as it is the home to one of the largest narwhal populations in the world. The second point in our plan, Madam Speaker, is to protect large offshore areas. In May, a new area of interest in the offshore Pacific was announced. This new area of interest will protect underwater seamounts and a series of hydrothermal vents recognized as unique marine ecosystems in our offshore. Our development of this network of MPAs speaks to the third point in our plan, to protect areas under pressure from human activities.
We've made great progress in the fourth aspect of our plan, developing directives to identify other effective conservation measures for these areas. These other measures are an important part of the Marine Conservation Toolkit, which has been recognized by the UN Convention on Biological Diversity and the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. 32 enclosures of fishing zones, which meet our high criteria, will help us meet our conservation objectives, and other measures will be proposed over time. The last point of our 5-point plan is the necessity of establishing MPAs more quickly under the Oceans Act. But we want to do so without reducing or sacrificing scientific and socioeconomic research in any way. We also don't want to compromise the consultation and collaboration work with our partners. Bill C-55 is very well suited to this last point. The proposed modifications would allow for a quicker process for establishing marine protected areas, and would ensure that these areas are indeed protected. The modifications are collaborative, so they would require the participation of Indigenous groups, the provinces and territories, industry, and other stakeholders as we go through this management process. For example, with the new power given to the minister to delegate enforcement powers to other people, Indigenous groups, for example, the Coast Guard, for example, or other environmental groups, could be given the power to supervise these protected areas in their waters. These modifications could improve our marine protected areas, but not at the expense of our labor relations, of course. So essentially, Madam Speaker, Bill C-55 proposes amendments to the Oceans Act that would more clearly reflect the responsibilities that I have as Minister of Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard, to establish a national network of protected marine areas in Canada. Allow me to speak in greater detail about some of these important modifications. Currently, between 7 and 10 years is required to make a marine protected area official under the Oceans Act. During this long period, no protection is provided to the zone and the area in question. The solution proposed in Bill C-55 is to set up interim measures to protect the essential and unique areas of Canada's oceans through a ministerial decree. This would happen after scientific assessments and initial consultations, but it would happen within only 24 months, while the entire federal regulatory process would continue so that the area could be officially recognized within the next 5 years. So the implementation of a full marine protected area could still take up to 7 years, but there would be a certain interim protection that would be set up within the first 2 years.
Marine protected area can only be designated through Governor and Council regulations, which do not offer any protection to an area of interest until the final designation regulations are published. The lengthiness of this current process is due, in part, to the time required to take scientific assessments and broad consultations. These are important steps that ensure an MPA achieves its intended objectives while supporting the local culture and, obviously, the local economy. However, Madam Speaker, we know that there is often a clear understanding from the beginning of what needs to be protected. For example, we may know that a species reproduces only in a certain area of the ocean, or that glass sponge reefs are a priceless natural wonder that need to be protected, even if we may not yet know all the specifics of how these species are affected by surrounding ecosystems, boat traffic, or fishing activities. Establishing boundaries and conservation objectives through an interim protection MPA would mean a much shorter time frame, ensuring that while scientific research and stakeholder engagement continues, the essential elements of these important ecosystems are in fact protected. An interim protection MPA would protect an area by effectively freezing the footprint of ongoing activities until the final regulations are completed, as I said, within 5 years. Only ongoing activities, those activities that had taken place, for example, within the preceding year, would be allowed to continue. Allowed or prohibited activities would be determined by the class of the activity, not according, obviously, to the individual or the company conducting those activities. This bill, Madam Speaker, would require application of the precautionary principle when deciding whether to designate new MPAs. The precautionary principle means that the absence of scientific certainty should not be used to postpone decisions where there is a risk of serious or irreversible harm. Under this legislation, incomplete information or a lack of absolute certainty could no longer be used as a justification for avoiding the establishment of a marine protected area where there is a significant and immediate risk. Le projet de loi C-55 comprend...
Bill C-55 also includes powers related to execution, fines, and these would be modernized and strengthened. So modifications concerning sanctions would affect those who work to monitor and protect these marine areas. The law enforcement agents would be able to carry out their role in protecting these marine protected areas.
Also proposes amendments to the Canada Petroleum Resources Act that would complement the freeze the footprint process of an interim marine protected area. These would provide the competent minister the authority to prohibit authorized oil and gas exploration or development activities, like, for example, seismic testing, drilling, or production within a designated marine protected area. Proposed amendments to the Canada Petroleum Resources Act recognize that where the interests of an oil and gas exploration and development overlap with a marine protected area, ambiguity and uncertainty in the effectiveness of the prohibitions could sometimes result. Natural Resources Canada and Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada will continue to discuss with all of our partners how this principle could best be operationalized. Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais vous décrire...
Madam Speaker, now I would like to briefly talk about the efforts that we've made to maintain a dialogue with our regulatory partners, with Indigenous organizations and other organizations, so that they can be familiar with the proposed modifications to the Act, and so that we can respond to their concerns. Over the last few months, we have met with representatives of the provinces and territories, of course, with Indigenous organizations, with members of the fishing industry, of marine transport, and the oil and gas industries. We've also met with environmental groups and many other Canadians. Overall, we heard that there was general support for these proposed amendments. Overall, Canadians are welcoming our efforts to protect our marine ecosystems, which are unique and precious. I'd like to talk about something, Madam Speaker, that this bill does not intend to do. The proposed amendments are not aiming to short-circuit the development of reliable scientific data or to deprive Canadians of the opportunity of participating in the establishment of interim marine protected areas. Our government knows that if we are to effectively manage the oceans, we need to have in-depth knowledge of the marine environment, which would be, of course, acquired through scientific data, peer-reviewed data, traditional knowledge from Indigenous peoples, information from industry, and information from local fishers. This will require a lot of time. A time that perhaps some protected areas do not have. That is why we have used the principle of precaution, so that we have the option of using ministerial decrees to implement immediate interim protection if necessary. We will use this principle wisely. We know that it is a subject of concern for stakeholders in industry. Many people are concerned that scientific resources will not be sufficient to carry out the necessary work within a 5-year period, or fear that this principle is simply an excuse to not carry out any research at all. But, Madam Speaker, that is incorrect. Our commitment to science and data collection is strong. We have heard these concerns, and we agree that our fundamental principle of making decisions based on science should never be compromised.
In conclusion, if Bill C-55 would speed up marine protection without sacrificing science or Canadians' ability to shape this important process, then I hope all members of the House would join our government in enacting this legislation. This is a powerful step forward that our government is making in terms of one of our key commitments we made to Canadians, protecting by 5% our marine and coastal areas this year and by 10% in 2020. I'm happy to be participating in this important debate today, Madam Speaker. I look forward to working with colleagues on all sides of the House, with members of the Standing Committee, should this legislation get to committee, to ensure that we have all of the details of this important legislation right. We look forward to hearing from Canadians in the committee process, obviously, Madam Speaker, the committee process in this House, but also in the other place. I think, Madam Speaker, if we work together on a shared objective that Canadians deeply care about, protecting our marine resources for future generations, then Canadians can be proud of the work that this Parliament is doing, and we can improve not only the protection of valuable ecosystems, but also the economic livelihood of coastal communities all across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank our honourable colleague for his speech. And Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, pardon me, right at the tail end of the minister's speech, he said that he looked forward to hearing the feedback through the committee work that was being done by this House and indeed the other House. But while the committee is working very hard, and I will admit, all colleagues on each side of the House working very hard to get this right, this government continues to move forward with their very aggressive targets. And just this week, we heard from one of the ministers from Nunavut, Johnny Mike, that said that this government has failed in their due diligence to consult with the minister and their constituents in Nunavut. So my question to the minister through you, Madam Speaker, is has the minister addressed the concerns raised by also Premier McNeil in Nova Scotia and by our territorial governments with regard to the Little Plan of the MPAs?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Caribou Prince George for that question. We recognize, Madam Speaker, and we've said it many, many times, that the participation of provincial and territorial governments is critical in order to achieve these objectives. I've had numerous conversations with my provincial and territorial counterparts as recently as in late June at our federal provincial meeting, which was held in Yukon. And Madam Speaker, I had a chance to talk to Premier McNeil when we were together at the memorial service for the late Honourable Alan J. McEachen as recently as 10 days ago about the importance of these areas, but about the importance of collaborating with his government, the industry that talks to provincial and territorial governments, talks to our government, that have understandable concerns, are looking for details of our plan, want to understand the whole plan in terms of what areas on every coast of Canada are being considered, and we plan to share that in a very open and transparent way with all of our partners. And as my honourable colleague noted, provincial and territorial partners are key to the success, and they have, to be very blunt, Madam Speaker, been valuable and reliable partners for us in this exercise, and we very much hope that continues.
Then comments. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for his remarks today on Bill C-55. We all know Canadians recognize the importance of protecting marine areas and the marine ecosystem, not just in Canada but around the world. In fact, it was 25 years ago that the world came together and identified an agreement that each nation, member nation, should look to protect at least 5 to 20% and identified a timeline. Canada is well behind that timeline. However, this government has made a commitment to move us towards those protection targets of 5 and 20%. However, and this bill, I think, is a step in that direction, but my question is on minimum standards. We have not yet moved towards identifying minimum standards of protection within MPAs. I'm wondering if the Honourable Minister could comment on that.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and I thank my friend from Port Moody, Coquitlam, for his question, and frankly for his constructive efforts on so many shared priorities, obviously the protecting of Canada's ocean territory being one of them. He's absolutely right. Successive governments going back a quarter of a century or more have formally made these commitments internationally. And I share my colleague's concern, Madam Speaker. We are not where we should have been when we stand here in this House in 2017. We will, as I outlined in my comments, by following what we think is an ambitious but an aggressive plan, reach those targets or exceed those targets, the one that we set for ourselves at the end of this year, but most importantly, the one for 2020. So I look forward to working with him and people from his province and many other Canadians in achieving these important objectives. With respect to minimum standards, I share very much my honourable friend's concern about the importance of establishing minimum standards in MPAs. I've had discussions with environmental groups, with industry, with provincial governments as to what this might look like. I think that there's an opportunity to put a floor of basic protections that would apply to all of these areas, and I look forward to working with him and others in the coming weeks to set up a process that would give Canada those exact minimum standards that so many people properly expect us to have.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans for his presentation on Bill C-55, and I also recognize the member from Coquitlam, Port Moody, and the fact that these targets have basically been in place for, excuse me, for 25 years now. And there's a reason that those targets haven't been met. It's because these marine systems are extremely complex, difficult to understand, and it takes a long time to consult with who may be affected. With this bill, they're imposing a 5-year limit on whether an area is going to be permanently protected or not. There is no wiggle room, either it is or it isn't, after that 5-year time frame. If there is need for more consultation, more consideration, why not allow for that possibility in the bill?
Minister.
So, Madam Speaker, I share my honourable friend from North Okanagan's concern with respect to the time frame and the amount of time it's taken successive governments of all political stripes to achieve these designations under the current Oceans Act. That's why we're asking Parliament to consider these amendments, which we believe would offer a more expeditious path to freezing the footprint, as I said, to protecting what needs to be protected urgently, while at the same time allowing the final regulatory process to have the necessary consultation that my honourable friend so correctly points to. I do recognize the certain contradiction. We say, on the one hand, that we're not where we want to be, and my friend and others have said that, and on the other hand, we say that we need to ensure that we can consult I think 5 years of consultation with 2 years of preliminary consultation leading to one of these interim orders should be enough time if there's good faith, enough resources, including scientific resources in the Government of Canada, in my department, in Environment and Climate Change, to achieve this result. So I'm very hopeful that we have the balance right.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député d'Avignon.
The honourable member for Avignon Métis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister of Fisheries and his team and all officials in his department who've done remarkable work when it comes to protecting our oceans. As an example, I welcomed the Minister over the summer back home in my riding to announce a major investment of $27 million for the Maurice Lamontagne Institute, which is a internationally renowned Francophone research institute on oceanography. We announced the investment, but he also announced the creation of several jobs in the riding to increase the department's capacity for research. So in that context, Madam Speaker, I'd like the Minister, because in his excellent speech he mentioned some of the progress the government's made over the past 23 months. I'd like to reiterate that for the House because it's important, and it's important for Canadians to understand what progress we've made over the past 24 months when it comes to protecting the ocean. The Honourable Minister. Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Avignon Métis Matin Matapédia or Matapédia Matin, I never remember the riding, but for his tireless work in supporting the researchers at the Maurice Lamontagne Institute. It is known worldwide. It's such an important institution, an institute for our government. I also congratulate him for his support, his ongoing support for the fisheries. He understands the importance of supporting the coastal fishery, of acknowledging that independent owners are important for communities like the one he represents. They are an essential economic tool, and I'm keen to work with him. We've also recently discussed the issue of some ports and infrastructures, not to mention Carleton or others, because I hope that I'll have some good news to announce in his lovely riding and to continue our work together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is an honour to rise today to speak to Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Act. And I do want to thank our honourable colleague for his speech and for his comments. And I do want to start my speech off by talking today by saying we all agree that there are things that we can do better, that we want to keep our rivers, lakes, streams, and indeed our oceans pristine, not just for today, but for the future. And today, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the process. And I'm going to start, if you will, with a quote. Because the minister spoke about the 3 or 5 point plan that they have with respect to their process, their MPA process. And one of those was using scientific data. And we've had a number of witnesses come through our committee. And time and again, we are hearing similar stories. And I'm going to start off with this. Looking at some of the previous testimony, there was a claim that there was an overwhelming scientific proof that MPAs are beneficial and wildly successful. And I think that was a misrepresentation of the actual science. Indeed, my colleague just cited some of the studies that find that they're not broadly successful. Just enforcing MPAs would be hugely expensive. MPAs aren't likely to be an effective scientific tool either. They're not easily replicated. When you put in an MPA, it's subject to a high degree of what we call location and time. You can't just create a nice experiment where you have 3 of the same type of MPAs in one place and then 3 control areas in another place. You can't just do that, Madam Speaker. They're wide open to outside perturbations, environmental changes that are not within our control. If you want to build on a process of trust and goodwill, you don't then ignore what your stakeholders say and consult on only a minority of the protected areas that were being recommended. And I offer that, Madam Speaker, because that is from a professor, Sean Cox, from the Simon Fraser University, Madam Speaker. And we have more. One of the other points that our honourable colleague brought up was Indigenous consultation, reconciliation. And just recently, this was put forth by the hereditary chiefs of the Council of Lac Kw'alaams in our neck of the woods in British Columbia, where we categorically reject interference of outside environmental NGOs, especially those foreign-based in quotations, who appear to be dictating government policy in our traditional territory. Madam Speaker, my speech, again, will not necessarily, it won't counter what our honourable colleague is saying. It won't step away from the importance of making sure that we're doing everything we can to protect our rivers, lakes, and streams, but rather, we're going to talk about the consultation the notion of consultation that we like to talk about a lot in this chamber, and which we've seen right from the very beginning with this government is just really a word. Madam Speaker, the action is, well, it depends on who is really there. They like to say that they're consulting. Indeed, our honourable colleague stood in the House and said that it is important that they're working collaboratively with the provinces and territories. But I ask you, Madam Speaker, are they really listening? Because we are still hearing from so many stakeholders that they are alienating, whether it is Indigenous peoples, whether it is those that depend on their livelihoods in the coastal communities, remote and coastal communities from across Canada, that they are indeed forgetting these people, Madam Speaker. Whether it was the electoral reform process, the access to information reform, or the most recent proposal by the Liberal government to implement tax changes that will significantly harm the competitiveness of our small business, we hear this a lot, that they want to be the most open and transparent government in Canadian history, but yet when it comes down to consultation, it's really just to tick that off the box. Yep, we did it. We met with them. We didn't really listen to them, but we ticked that off, Madam Speaker. There's no real intention of making changes for the betterment of our communities or for the people who will actually be affected by the contents of the bills like the one we're debating today. The spirit of working collaboratively together, we mentioned that. Our honourable colleague mentioned working collaboratively with our provincial and territorial governments, and indeed, I believe he said that in their campaign process, they're going to work with all parties in the House to be more collaborative House. And yet we still find and get announcements through QP, and indeed some of their own MPs are finding about initiatives that they're doing through the media, Madam Speaker. And I'll take you back to the closure of our salmon enhancement program and the potential Coast Guard closures that happened, where some of the own Liberal backbench MPs that are part of our committee, they found out through the media, Madam Speaker. And again, that just isn't open and transparent. Madam Speaker, Bill C-55 will have, in its current state, will have serious consequences for our tourism, shipping, and fishing industries. This is yet another nail in the coffin for our small communities and businesses and communities who rely on our waterways from coast to coast to coast. Bill C-55 stems directly from the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans, and Canadian Coast Guard's mandate letter, which instructs him to work with the Minister of Environment, Climate Change to increase the proportion of Canada's marine and coastal areas that are protected to 5% by 2017 and 10% by 2020. Bill C-55 will allow for an interim designation of significant or sensitive areas identified by scientists through consultation with Indigenous peoples, local communities, and other interested areas in the area. That's what they say. But, Madam Speaker, immediately when they start this, that 5-year ban, that 5-year period, is it going to be a stop? Is it no take completely? Is there any activity that will be restricted? These are things that have not been communicated to the communities and to the fishers and to the families that depend on this industry for their livelihoods. Once this interim protection is in effect, the minister would have up to 5 years to recommend that a permanent MPA be put in place. From the previous Conservative government's work on marine protected areas and from the committee testimony, we know that the average time to declare a single protected area ranges roughly from 5 to 7 years. That's not to be debated. We know that. To get it right, to make sure that true consultation takes place. Madam Speaker, we had a professor, and the name escapes me, from California, who talked about the series of MPAs that they had, that they instituted off the coast of California. And they talked about true consultation. I sat through this presentation by this gentleman, and I thought, now there's a group that got this right. They started early on. They communicated what their objectives were right from the start with their stakeholders, Indigenous groups, their industry, their communities, environmental groups, NGOs. They brought them all to the table. And they said, this is what we want to do off the coastline of California. This is what our goal is. Now, we are tasking you, stakeholder groups, go throughout to really talk to your people, engage the communities, and find a way holistically that we can do this, Madam Speaker. That was one of the testimonies that I thought really stood out for me, because we always talk about conservative this or liberal this, but we had a nonpartisan person that came before us that said, and he also spoke about the science behind the MPAs, and he said, look, it has to be right. And you have to look at the total holistic process, where you have an MPA here and you're looking at the ecosystem there, because guess what, Madam Speaker, fish, well, they don't know where the marine protected areas are. They don't know that you've got an imaginary boundary from that. They move, Madam Speaker. So they looked at a series of marine protected areas off the coast of California, and they had buy-in from everyone, Madam Speaker. And it's probably the most successful marine protected area testimony that we've seen to this point. Madam Speaker, we also know that the Liberal government is taking measures to speed up the MPA designation process, because they know that they will not be able to meet their political targets and timelines outlined in their mandate letters. They've missed promises from their campaign. Madam Speaker, this is one that and the minister said it himself, this is one that we can say we finished, Madam Speaker, but it's going to come at the cost of those economies, those local communities, Madam Speaker, that desperately rely on fishing and trade for their local economies, and indeed for Canada's economies. Madam Speaker, they know that if they don't ram this through, this is going to be another broken promise. And it's going to be adding to their mounting pile of broken promises. In addition to speeding up the designation process, the Liberal government is also proposing amendments to the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act, which would prohibit oil and gas activities in marine areas where interim protection is in effect. Madam Speaker, to move this forward, they are allowing the ministers of the Department of Natural Resources, Indigenous and Northern Affairs the power to cancel companies' oil and gas interests. Madam Speaker, we've talked about the process. We've talked about how these companies and these stakeholders are not being part of the process. We've asked a number of times that the minister indeed would sit in these committee meetings and listen to the testimony. Because the stakeholders are pleading, even stakeholders that you would think would be part and on the side of the government. You've got Liberal members that are saying that they're finding out stuff in the media or in QP, there's announcements going on, and that in their own communities, in Atlantic Canada or on the Pacific Coast, they're hearing from it, from the constituents. I know in my riding, if there's an issue with small business or if it's tourism, I hear about it and I bring their voices to Ottawa. And Madam Speaker, there's 30-some Atlantic Canada MPs, and outside of the committee, we haven't really heard them stand up. I think they're afraid to really voice their opinion, but we're hearing it, Madam Speaker. We are hearing it in sidebar conversations. Madam Speaker, we have already seen in the last little while further uncertainty in terms of business development, whether it is the Northern Gateway or even the Pacific Northwest LNG. Businesses are being spooked by the uncertainties, not only primarily by this government, Madam Speaker, because they don't know which way the wind is blowing and they don't know where the goalposts are anymore. Madam Speaker, giving a minister Minister the ability to go and say, yep, no, wait a sec, this might be a Liberal insider here. We're going to say yes to this one. That's unacceptable, Madam Speaker. That's shameful. Mr. Brian Clark, an environmental advisor and registered professional biologist in the Pacific Northwest, had this to say at committee. There is a clear process for integrated coastal planning that leaves proponents to develop strategies in an information vacuum. Where are the no-go zones? Is it a no-take? What are the thresholds for impacts? We need specific plans for coastal areas of high industrial activity. The Pacific Northwest project was located in a federal port within an industrial zone, yet there are no accepted activities to streamline environmental assessment process. In addition, there is a tremendous lack of scientific examination and resources to set baselines and determine thresholds on the North Pacific coast. We all agree. Some of the agencies, the federal agencies, need more funding. But Madam Speaker, Mr. Clark said, but don't overlook the knowledge database of proponents. Madam Speaker, industry, communities, we are all doing our part. Industry has now become more keenly aware than ever that everybody's got a cell phone, whether it's the shipping industry, whether it is the cruise industry, or it's the fishing industry. Everybody's got a cell phone, a camera. So we also all want to make sure that we're doing our part. And industry is doing their part. And time and again, we've heard at committee that they've offered up their findings. They've offered up the technology that they're using, only to fall on deaf ears of this government. Thanks, we got it, type of thing. That's unacceptable. This Liberal government has had numerous opportunities to work with energy proponents who want to ensure the health of our marine areas, Madam Speaker. With Bill C-55, we have another example of this government's heavy-handed, anti-development approach to our resource and marine industries. I have to admit, when I took over the Fisheries and Oceans Shadow portfolio last year, I remember thinking that the targets outlined in the Liberal mandate letters were ambitious. The previous Conservative government set the target at 10% protection by 2020. You got that right, Madam Speaker, you heard that right. Those were our previous Conservative government targets, 2020. We wanted to make sure that we got it right. Did you know that Canada has one of the largest coastlines in the world, if not the largest coastline in the world, Madam Speaker? And disproportionately so, the North and the Pacific are going to face the brunt of these MPAs, Madam Speaker. And we're hearing that over and over again. Madam Speaker, the primary difference was that we were not intent on meeting these targets over and above, and that forsaking the needs of local coastal communities across the country who depend on the ocean for their livelihoods. Having recognized the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans might look to designate MPAs without proper consultation, my colleague from North Okanagan Shuswap tabled a motion to study the issue further at committee. And we began this study prior to the Minister tabling Bill C-55, just days before the House adjourned for the summer. Unfortunately, it seems that he has failed to take a look at the testimony that has come forward from this important study. Remember his words in his speech, Madam Speaker, where he said, we look forward to hearing the testimony of Canadians and industry and stakeholders, that the hard work and the great work that the committees are doing in this House and in the other House. I can see folks in the gallery nodding their head. They heard the same, Madam Speaker, but yet they have continued to go about disregarding the testimony that we have heard, stakeholders. Again, I'll go back, from witnesses that you would think would be on the side of the government. Madam Speaker, over the past several months, we've had the opportunity to hear from a significant number of academics, industry professionals, commercial and recreational fishing groups, as well as NGOs, environmentalists. Many of them had one thing in common, and that was their inability to support the government's rushed timeline with regard to the MPA designation process. They all said one thing: get it right. Madam Speaker, one of the main issues we heard time and again was the deeply flawed nature of the consultation process. One witness, Mr. Leonard LeBlanc, Managing Director of the Gulf and Nova Scotia Fleet Planning Board, had this to say: the process DFO used to approach harvester associations and consult on areas of the interest for designation was unorganized and totally not transparent. They indicated the process to establish MPAs is typically a lengthy process over many years, yet they seem to be rushing the process along to meet strict deadlines. Finally, this consultation process on the area of interest between MPA designation perpetuated the lack of distrust between industry and DFO, the lack of trust between industry and DFO, the lack of inclusion and answers during this consultation phase, the lack of real scientific evidence for the reasoning behind the area of interest, the lack of guarantees that the traditional fisheries could continue, all led to further distrust of DFO's consultation and decision-making process. But the testimony didn't stop there, Madam Speaker. Jordan Nickerson, an independent fish harvester speaking on behalf of his family business, said this: "The current directive to protect the ocean leaves me with more questions than answers. As a harvester and processor, I'd like to know how I, my business, my employees, and our shared future will be affected. What are the goals of the MPAs? Canada should be a leader in listening to its people and taking the time to listen and spend money and do the proper science before coming to a huge decision, such as establishing MPAs supposedly based on science." And Speaker, time and again, we have heard that this is not being done. As a matter of fact, a quote that I have is, it says, this is from the West Coast, and it says, "On the West Coast, we're not seeing a lot of evidence-based decision-making. It's beginning to look a lot about political decision-making." That's from Christina Burridge, Executive Director, BC Seafood Alliance. Madam Speaker, I'm going to pare some of my comments down because I know my time is winding down, but I want to go to this. Madam Speaker, this is none of it. Minister Johnny Mike used his member statement just last week to speak specifically to the Liberal government's lack of consultation when it came to Bill C-55. My residents, we are all aware of the potential in our offshore areas which are used for economic opportunities today by outside interests outside of Nunavut. This proposed bill for marine management and petroleum industry sector management, which is being developed seemingly turns its legislative back on the people of Pangnirtung. The federal government never consulted any Northerners or my constituents on what concerns we may have on that. Madam Speaker, I will stop here and just say, Madam Speaker, we're not against MPAs. We're against the fact that their consultation process, the process as a whole, is a sham. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Caribou, Prince George, for his comments. I also want to compliment him on the difficult work that he did with respect to the wildfires, the forest fires in his province. I know I was on the other coast of Canada and watched the work that he was doing, and many other members of Parliament in areas deeply affected by that very difficult circumstance, so I just wanted to compliment him publicly. Madam Speaker, I've heard from a lot of people, maybe some of the same people that my colleague referred to, who have appeared before the Standing Committee previous to the introduction or the introduction of this bill. I've also taken note of the testimony. My parliamentary secretary and my colleagues on the committee have talked to me at length and in detail about the witnesses and the work that the committee's done. I'm wondering if I can ask my colleague from Caribou, Prince George, what his view is on the precautionary principle and the importance of ensuring that we have the available tools necessary in the case of a pressing need to act to protect a sensitive or threatened marine ecosystem in a provisional or an interim way. Does he not think that the application of the precautionary principle is something that many people in his province would support?
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
I thank my honourable colleague for his excellent question. Actually, I thank him for his comments about our wildfire situation that we had in the province of British Columbia. Madam Speaker, I can tell you with complete sincerity the utter devastation that my community as well as others, my riding as well as others are seeing. It will be felt for not only the immediate time but years down the road. Madam Speaker, the minister brings up the term precautionary principle. And I think at any given time we have to always make sure that we are doing whatever we can to maintain our waters. I think I said that. I'm not going to repeat myself. I think we are all under the agreement. But we always have to engage our stakeholders. We have to use scientific data with that. We also have to look at the socio side of it, the economic side of it. But true consultation, I'll go back to the premise of my speech, Madam Speaker. The process is flawed to this point. We have heard witness after witness after witness. And Madam Speaker, if the honourable colleague would ask me that question, I'd throw it back and just say, you know, is he willing to extend the period of consultation and perhaps not make these areas no-take as we move forward? Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Caribou Prince George for his intervention. However, I want to ask him about one specific thing that he talked about in terms of the efficacy of MPAs. Do they work? And I would add that around the world, governments, First Nations, scientists, environmental organizations, and fishing organizations have come together to say that marine protected areas do in fact work, and that they are one of the best ways to protect the marine ecosystems and to help restore fisheries and protect endangered marine species. In fact, the IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, spells out not only a clear definition of MPAs, but provides evidence-based examples around the world where protected areas have shown remarkable benefits from protection from harmful activities. So I ask the member, does he not agree that MPAs must be one of the tools in our toolbox to restore our damaged oceans?
Honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, I thank our honourable colleague from Port Moody for his question. Madam Speaker, we have heard a lot of testimony over the course of our study, and we have heard testimony that unequivocally said that MPAs are not the only tool to be able to, and maybe not the only tool as we move forward, as he suggests. So I will agree that we need to have other tools in our toolbox in terms of preserving our ocean and our rivers, lakes, and streams. But, Madam Speaker, I think that right from the very beginning, we need to look at how the process is done. I would also throw this back to our honourable colleague that the process must be done right from the start. If it's going to be effective, we've heard that before, that if MPAs are going to be truly effective, the process has to be true. It has to be true engagement. The consultation has to be there, and it has to be right from the start. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to join with the member on the Fisheries and Oceans Committee and the honourable member and an honourable member from North Okanagan-Shuswap who actually initiated a study that's underway right now as we were looking at the criteria that should be reviewed when it comes time to put in, a marine protected area. And I'm wondering if the honourable member could, just for the benefit of the House, replay some of the things that he's heard so far about those criteria, one of which, of course, has to be consultation, to his point, but the other things, too, that we also need to consider to ensure that a marine protected area does what it's intended.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
I want to thank our honourable colleague from Fleetwood Port Kells for his question, and also the work that he does on the committee, Madam Speaker. I have to say that even at times, I think he challenges his own, which is great. He challenges the government, challenges us all to be better and really continue doing the good work that our committee is doing. Madam Speaker, some of the criteria that we have heard is true consultation, absolutely. True consultation with our Indigenous peoples, 100%. Madam Speaker, another criteria is using scientific data, absolutely. But we've also heard that the scientific data is not 100% accurate. Again, fish move. The boundaries aren't there. There has to be a holistic approach. Criteria looking at what our goals and objectives are for the MPAs in its entirety. How do we do that? Madam Speaker. And again, going back to the science, going back to what we've learned from previous MPAs, and really the only MPA that has been brought forth as a successful one to this date is the one off the coast of California. And that was the one that they took a long period of time, beyond 7 years, to get it right. And it was true consultations and engagement right from the start with all stakeholders. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it comes to the term protection, it always implies it's black and white. It's either a protected area or it's a totally exploited area. However, the devil is always in the details. So if the goal of a marine protected area is to protect the ocean bottom and the benthic invertebrates that happen to live there, perhaps ocean-going traffic would be allowed on the surface. Perhaps a certain kind of pelagic fishery would be allowed. Those kinds of things. Or in the case of, let's say, a locally productive angling area that's cherished by the local community, if that was completely sewn up and so no recreational angling could take place, there would have been great economic harm to the region, as happened in California, because of the lack of consultation in the California establishment of marine protected area. I had the honor of sitting on the Fisheries Committee while this topic was being debated. So it goes back to my honourable colleague's comments about consultation, because it is the local people who know the complexity of the area. So has there been enough consultation with local people, and how valuable is that consultation with local communities?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George just had a little bit over a minute to answer.
Absolutely. That is a great question from our own honourable colleague who served for, I believe, 7 years on the Fisheries Committee and did yeoman's service to us and did Canadians and fishers and our committee great service from coast to coast to coast. Now, Speaker, I will tell you categorically, on 100% no. Local knowledge. Again, going back to even the industry that's on the waters, local knowledge, whether it was the Atlantic salmon, the northern cod, or indeed Bill C-55, local knowledge, while being offered, is not being taken up. It is being pushed aside for whatever reason, Madam Speaker. And as a matter of fact, what we're seeing in the quote that I read earlier from the Lac La Lambs hereditary chiefs, it is believed that foreign interests are being looked at before local interests. Thank you.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill, Ethics, and the Honourable Member for Essex, Steel Industry. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak in favour of Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and offer a few suggestions on how the bill could be improved. Let me say at the onset that I share the government's commitment to the international community to protect 5% of Canada's marine areas by 2017 and 10% by 2020, with the aim to halt the destruction of marine ecosystems to protect our oceans. However, since signing the 1992 Convention on Biological Diversity, consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments have failed to take meaningful action to make good on this international commitment. In terms of protecting marine areas, until very recently, Canada lagged behind China at 1.6% and is still behind Japan at 5.6%. Australia and the United States are much further ahead, with 33.2% and 30.4% of their oceans protected, respectively. This bill provides some much-needed new legal tools to speed up the creation of marine protected areas, but it falls far short of Canada's international commitments to protect our marine biodiversity. While it has been encouraging to watch repeated announcements this past year of new marine protected areas, Canada is playing catch-up, and the best parts of this bill will help us get there. The problem is, in the rush to meet our international commitments, this government has prioritized quantity over quality of the areas protected. This is a big mistake. Most Canadian MPAs are not meeting international conservation standards, and this bill does nothing to address this deficiency. It fails to set minimum protection standards and targets for zoning of marine protected areas, which renders the designation inconsistent at best and meaningless at worst. It goes without saying that ecological integrity should be the foremost priority of an MPA management. However, due to a lack of minimum protection standards, at this point, Canada's MPAs offer an insufficient level of protection of sensitive ecosystems. In their report, linking science and law minimum protection standards for Canada's marine protected areas, West Coast Environmental Law states that ecological integrity should be a top priority for MPAs. The report says, quote, decisions on activities permitted within marine protected areas should be required to prioritize maintenance of the protected ecosystems, processes, and functions. The Canada National Parks Act, CNPA, and associated regulations require the prioritization of the maintenance of or restoration of ecological integrity to decisions on allowable activities. The National Parks Policy elaborates this in principle, stating that, quote, national park ecosystems will be given the highest degree of protection to ensure the perpetuation of natural environments essentially unaltered by human activity, and that human activities within a national park that threaten the integrity of park ecosystems will not be permitted. The CNPA also gives the minister the power to designate wilderness areas in any area of a park that exists in a natural state or that is capable of returning to a natural state. And when that designation is made, the minister may not authorize any activity to be carried out in a wilderness area that is likely to impair the wilderness character of an area, including requirements to maintain ecological integrity of protected marine ecosystems within Canada's Ocean Act would ensure adherence to protection standards and thus link science to legal practice, end quote. Madam Speaker, a concern that we are hearing more and more about is ocean plastics and marine debris. We firmly believe that this government needs to implement a strategy and fund programs that will preserve the ecological integrity of our MPAs from this growing hazard. Some current and proposed MPAs allow harmful activities like oil and gas exploration and extraction, mining exploration, industrial fishing, including bottom trawling. Banning these activities from protected areas should be the obvious choice. When we compare MPAs to the protections offered to terrestrial parks, it becomes even more striking. In the words of World Wildlife Fund President David Miller, quote, oil and gas extraction is not compatible with conservation and should never be permitted inside a protected area. National parks on land have long had this in place as a minimum standard. It seems outrageous that a marine area could be designated as protected and yet oil and gas platform could be placed in there. But that's exactly what's going to be allowed in the Laurentian Channel unless the Government of Canada changes course, end quote. Or sorry, there's more. The Channel is a critical migration route for some of our most endangered whales, and oil and gas exploration and extraction threatens them with noise pollution, habitat disturbance, and physical injury from seismic blasting. Now, end quote. This situation is an appalling double standard. We wouldn't allow oil and gas exploration in a national park on land, so why would we allow it in a protected area in our oceans? The answer to this problem is clear. A strong set of protection standards in line with the International Union of the Conservation of Nature and legislated protection targets should be adopted by the government in order to meet our international commitments. This is exactly what 59 scientists from across the world requested in an open letter to the Fisheries and Oceans Minister and the Environment and Climate Change Minister. The letter stressed that scientific studies have shown repeatedly that stricter protection provides greater biodiversity benefits. They argue, at minimum, we should ban the most damaging activities to marine biodiversity, such as oil and gas activity, undersea mining, ocean waste dumping, and industrial-scale fishing. Marine protected areas are home to countless at-risk species, and by definition, those ecosystems are in great need of protection. Mr. Speaker, this is important. We cannot allow a lack of legal rigor and haste to prevent us from accomplishing the goal that we have to agree to. The government has made much of its commitment to science-based public policy, but with Bill C-55, again, has chosen to ignore the best available conservation science. This Liberal government should listen to the scientists within the scientific community and not let this bill be another broken promise to Canadians. Unfortunately, the government's environmental record is a string of broken promises and unfulfilled campaign commitments. It begins with the stunning approval of the Kinder Morgan pipeline with the promised review of public consultation and environmental assessment. The people of British Columbia did not vote for a 7-fold increase in the number of oil tankers in Vancouver Harbour, and they certainly did not vote for the accompanying risk of an oil spill that would devastate our coast. It continues with no action on their promise to restore essential environmental protection legislation. On the campaign trail, Liberals promised to restore the Fisheries Act, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, and the Navigable Waters Protection Act. While we wait, they have approved the construction of the now-defunct Pacific Northwest LNG terminal on critical salmon spawning grounds and cleared the way for development of the Site C Dam under the weakened legislation. The Liberal record of saying one thing and doing another is why we should all be concerned that this bill gives the minister far too much latitude to decide what activities are permissible in an MPA. Ministerial discretion has become a red flag for Canadians. Too often, this government has promised one thing in regards to environmental protection and climate change while using ministerial discretion to accomplish the exact opposite. Recently, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans made an exemption to the Fisheries Act to allow one of the potentially most destructive projects on the planet to move forward, the KSM mine in British Columbia. KSM will be the largest open-pit mine in North America. Building this mine will require destruction of upper tributaries of the North Treaty and South Teagan Creeks, which flow into the salmon-bearing Nass and Belle Irving rivers, for tailings storage. Alarmingly, KSM will store more than 27 times the amount of tailings stored at the Mount Polley mine, using the same technology that failed 3 years ago. Madam Speaker, we need clear legislation with strong guidelines to constrain ministerial discretion. These powers should be used to forward the ecological integrity of a marine protected area rather than permitting harmful activities. Recent research shows MPAs that permit harmful activities are less effective at achieving biodiversity than those with large no-take zones, where extractive activity is banned. Dr. Susanna Fuller from the Ecological Action Centre believes MPA's core no-take zones should encompass 75% of a given MPA. Madam Speaker, Canada is nowhere close to reaching that high bar. Right now, the minister has the discretion to determine what activities are allowed in an MPA and how restrictive each zone in an MPA can be. So far, Canada's federal fisheries minister has implemented a no-take zone in only 5 MPAs to date, and those areas are tiny in comparison to the overall MPA. Canada should follow international examples and make no-take zones the rule rather than the exception in MPAs. Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk for a moment about opportunities for co-governance of MPAs between Indigenous nations and the Crown in Canada. West Coast Environmental Law has published a paper entitled An Ocean of Opportunity, Co-Governance in Marine Protected Areas in Canada. And it states, quote, Indigenous peoples have been governing marine territories using their own legal traditions since time immemorial. For the most part, Indigenous legal orders have not been recognized or upheld in the governance of marine protected areas in Canada. The current Government of Canada has committed to a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples, based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. Co-governance arrangements in MPAs are one way of achieving a true nation-to-nation or Inuit-to-Crown relationship by creating space for the healthy interaction of Canadian and Indigenous laws. With the Government of Canada's renewed commitment to protect at least 10% of Canada's oceans by 2020, there is a unique opportunity to implement co-governance arrangements in both new and established MPAs." End quote. Madam Speaker, the report states that Canada has an opportunity to become a world leader in recognizing and implementing meaningful co-governance in MPA law. And I agree. In closing, Canada's New Democrats understand there is no one-size-fits-all solution to marine protected areas, and we recognize different MPAs are going to require different types of protections. Canada is large and geographically diverse. Local context must be taken into account. While uniform standards may not make sense for all coasts, minimum protection standards absolutely do. And that is what is missing from this bill. Madam Speaker, the government needs to listen to scientists, First Nations, working fishers, the provinces and territories, and concerned Canadians so we make the necessary improvements to Bill C-55. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments and for many of the shared objectives that certainly I have and I think the government has with the positions he enunciated. He mentioned the Laurentian Channel MPA. He referred to comments made by WWF Chair David Miller. I have also taken notes of those comments. And Madam Speaker, I can say that in the thousands and thousands of submissions that we receive from Canadians after the first publication of the draft regulations with respect to the Laurentian Channel, the vast majority of them understandably express significant concerns around this question of oil and gas. And I would ask my friend to be patient when the second and final version is made public. I hope that many of those concerns can properly be answered. I said that at the time, and I certainly want to reiterate it now in light of his comments, but also in light of the comments that our government has received. My question, Madam Speaker, for our honourable colleague might be this notion of minimum standards. As I said, I think in response to a question he asked after my remarks a few moments ago, I share certainly the concern that people have about not establishing the right mix of minimum standards that would apply to all MPAs. And I'm wondering if he has specific suggestions as to how we could establish quickly those minimum standards. One suggestion that was made was the idea of a sort of an expert scientific panel in partnership with others, not to delay, but to quickly define what those might be. And I would welcome his specific suggestions and would be anxious to work with him and others on getting those minimum standards right.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague, the Minister's comments, and he emphasizes that we be patient and that the Canadians and the community be patient in terms of he cites the Laurentian Channel. However, I will take that back. That we will be patient. Yes, we have gone from 25 years of only achieving essentially just over 1% of protection in our oceans to now wanting to, in less than 2 years, achieve up to 5%, and then by 2020, 10%. So we essentially are making a huge change in a short order. So with due respect, yes, I think Canadians can be patient. However, they want to see action. They've been waiting for 2.5 decades. They want to see action now, not just in St. Lawrence, but on all coasts. So I encourage the minister to take that, and I know he does take those comments seriously and is pushing his department to act quickly. In terms of specifics with minimum protection standards, I think that is one potential suggestion, which is a scientific panel. That, I believe, can be quickly constructed and brought together. I think we also need to remember our local organizations, whether it's provinces and territories, First Nations on the coast. They need to be included in the consultation to define exactly what those minimum standards should be within those marine protected areas. I think if you look to organizations like West Coast Environmental Law, they have already produced, I mentioned it in my speech, they have produced tables about how to move quickly in establishing not only definitions of what should be protected in NMPA, but how to move to protect certain area or certain, whether it's a fishery.
Maybe the member can finish his thought with the next question. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Coquitlam Port Moody for his speech today. He's a passionate member, a compassionate member on the Fisheries Committee with a number of us here in the House, and always speaks about the science that's needed and basing decisions on science, and I know that his party is very much focused on that part of it. So I'd like to question him on his thoughts around Section 35.2 of this bill, which states that the Governor and Council and the Minister shall not use the lack of scientific certainty regarding the risks posed by any activity that may be carried out in certain areas as a reason to postpone or refrain from exercising their powers or performing their duties and functions under subsections 35.3 or 35.1.12. I just asked through you, Madam Speaker, what the member's thoughts are on being able to go ahead with the lack of science when he's always quite strong on speaking about the need for science and the need to follow science. Thank you.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to finish, one other organization that I was referencing in my earlier remarks was the IUCN. They have clearly done scientific studies and have a wealth of knowledge that I think the minister can rely on. I'd like to thank my colleague from North Okanagan-Shuswap, a member of the Fisheries and Oceans Standing Committee. He's often provided excellent questions and offered very good suggestions to the government and to our committee for moving forward. And he points out, I think, the exact concern that I raised in my speech. I share that concern about ministerial discretion without lack of scientific basis. And ministers have often, especially fisheries ministers in the past, have got into problems when they have made decisions without the basis of science behind them. And that is absolutely why I feel, and I've made in my speech, the caution to the government to moving forward with giving this kind of ministerial power. So I share the member's comments and question, and I caution the government to move forward without addressing minimum standards with scientific basis behind it. That's what I think is necessary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Two quick questions. In the Fisheries and Oceans Committee, we've heard from jurisdictions that have on the surface, been very successful at setting up marine protected areas, but then the other shoe drops. And I wonder if the honourable member would comment on the experience in other areas when it's not done well. Secondly, with respect to his last comments, I'm wondering if he would consider, you know, in the lack of, with the lack of scientific evidence, whether or not it's the precautionary principle that should really rule how we go forward.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to thank my colleague from Fleetwood Port Kells. He's also a member of the Fisheries and Oceans Standing Committee, and I've often appreciated his comments and questions to his own government and certainly to our committee. He asked a number of questions. I think that they're important questions about MPAs that haven't done either the proper consultation or haven't done due diligence in terms of the science to find out the specific areas or the right species to protect. I think that is incredibly important and can have consequences down the road. If that process is not in place where the local community or the local area is not on board, absolutely MPAs could unravel. And a comment on the precautionary principle, absolutely a fundamental principle going forward. I think that is the science-based kind of legislation that we need to recognize, and that's the caution about going to ministerial discretion. That is the concern. That would undermine adopting the precautionary approach and setting minimal standards for protection. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Madam Speaker, my question for the member from Port Moody Coquitlam, and I appreciate his comments, and I wholeheartedly agree with him on his comments that one size doesn't fit all. I mean, coming from a jurisdiction that I think has suffered since we've been created of the fact that we are unique and we don't fit the normal mold of things, and so I'm a little like maybe ask him for some clarification, or he said that he doesn't believe in one size fits all, but there should be minimum standards for everything. And, you know, much like Nunavut is unique, marine protected areas are unique, and what fits in one place may not fit in another. So I'm just wondering how he sees minimum standards for everything could possibly work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam, a very brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable comments question. It's really a good question. It gets at the heart of how do you apply marine protected areas in such a vast country like Canada with the unique North, the unique Pacific and Atlantic communities, but it will come down to what are you trying to protect? What is the aim of protection? And I think within the scientific community, that has been identified. That is clear. We know what we're losing. We know what we need to protect. I think what we need to do is accept that we need to protect, whether it's certain corals or sponges or reefs or fisheries or whales. We need to identify what it is that we're trying to protect and use that marine protection area as a tool to move us in a direction of flourishing oceans, of rebounding marine life. And that's where we need all ideas and suggestions of how we move forward so that we have, again, a flourishing ocean. Madam Speaker, we do not have that, and that's why we need MPAs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada has the longest coastline of any country in the world. For Canadians who live on the coast, there is a powerful pull and connection to the natural world. It's our identity, it's our livelihoods, it's our life. Canadians are passionate about the health of the ocean. We watch and care about everything that happens on our shores, in coastal waters, and in offshore areas. And Canadians have been calling for greater protections and the capacity to monitor and enforce those protections. Bill C-55 is our government's legislation to protect marine ecosystems and support the health of our oceans, in concert with forthcoming legislation under the Navigation Protection Act, Fisheries Act, and the Environmental Assessment Review. Marine protected areas are a way to protect the ocean. These special areas seek to balance conservation and protection with sustainable use of our marine resources. They are living networks where marine species are born, grow, reproduce, thrive. It's by protecting these systems that we can protect the oceans and the maritime resources on which many Canadians depend. Bill C-55 will enable the government to establish marine protected areas expeditiously, protecting critical and unique areas of our Canadian oceans as soon as within the next 24 months. These amendments will ensure that when needed, an interim protection marine protected area can be put in place so that new activities that could risk further harm to ocean ecosystems, habitat, or marine life would not be allowed to occur in these protected zones. Interim protection offered by the new provisions in the Oceans Act is an important part of ensuring that Canadians who depend on fishing, whether for shellfish, finfish, or other marine organisms, can count on their livelihoods being protected over the long term. By establishing protection for critical marine habitats, we protect the marine resources we rely upon. A significant aspect of Bill C-55 is to strengthen the law and to lay penalties. We're ensuring that enforcement officers will have the power to maintain the protected status of these marine protected areas. Under these proposed changes, the Minister will have the authority to designate individuals as enforcement officers. For example, Indigenous people currently working as guardian watchmen on the North Pacific coast, or members of provincial or local law enforcement could be designated the authority to enforce the Oceans Act within their waters. This provision will allow for greater collaboration with Indigenous organizations and will distribute enforcement responsibilities to our partners. On the ground, this will make a significant difference to citizens who have been begging for this kind of proper attention and collaboration. The amendments enable enforcement officers to make far better use of technology during an investigation. For example, an enforcement officer will be able to require anyone being investigated to produce documents or electronic data, to examine the documents electronically and require that access to these devices be granted. It's hard to believe we're talking about this in 2017, so this is really important that we get with the times. These new contemporary powers are similar to those found in the Fisheries Act. The powers of enforcement officers have not only been strengthened, the amendments and additions proposed in Bill C-55 are in line with the powers of environmental protection officers under other statutes. Similar powers are found in the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. The proposed changes will better match those proposed under other natural resource laws. For example, the obligation to provide assistance to enforcement officers has been added to the Oceans Act. Under this new power, those involved will be required to provide reasonable assistance to enforcement officers in an inspection. The officer will also be able to examine and take samples and to seize all objects that she or he has reasonable grounds to believe were obtained through the commission of an offence under the Act. Also, rights of passage have been added to the Oceans Act. When an enforcement officer needs to go through private property to inspect an area that couldn't otherwise be accessed, the officer will now have the right to walk through private property to gain access to an area of the ocean that is being inspected, like a pier, a fishing vessel, or fishing apparatus. Ships that need to be inspected may now be lawfully directed or detained to any place in Canadian waters. An officer will have the authority to require this if they have reasonable grounds to believe that the ship or a person on board that ship has committed an offence related to the Oceans Act. Similar powers can be found in the Canadian Environmental Protection Act of 1999 and the Antarctic Environmental Protection Act. A new provision has also been added to the Oceans Act where the legal owner of objects seized, locked up, abandoned, or confiscated, and persons entitled to possession of them are jointly and severally liable for the costs incurred by the government, an inspection, a seizure, a capital property forfeiture, or a disposition. An offence under the Oceans Act can now also result in charges under other applicable Canadian legislation such as the Fisheries Act or the Species at Risk Act. For example, fisheries closures are also imposed in marine protected areas. A violation of such closures could expose a fisher to charges laid under the Fisheries Act, as well as charges for not respecting a prohibition in marine protected areas. Madam Speaker, moving to the fines and punishments proposed under Bill C-55 to create greater certainty and administrative consistency. Under the current 20-year-old Oceans Act, contravention of the existing prohibitions could carry fines of up to $100,000 for an offence punishable on summary conviction or $500,000 for an indictable offence. Penalties or punishment can vary depending on the offense and can include the imposition of monetary fines, license suspension, prohibition orders, and creative sentencing such as community service. Bill C-55 seeks to align fines with those of other acts. The amount of the fine imposed on an individual will increase to between $200,000 to $300,000 for an offense punishable on summary conviction, and from $500,000 to $1 million for a criminal offense. The bill also proposes to allow the courts to impose fines on corporations and ships. This is a measure that is consistent with other environmental laws, including the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. And we're adding new factors that the courts will be able to take into account when they determine the fine that will be imposed on a person, corporation, or ship if they are found guilty. These are: was the offense a continuation of an offense? Did the offender do this numerous times or over several days, weeks, or months? Was this a second or subsequent offense? Was the offender found guilty of having committed another offense in the past? Were there any aggravating factors, such as having committed the offense despite having been warned by an enforcement officer not to start or to continue the activity? The courts will also be able to take into account such matters as small revenue corporation status and the liability of directors, masters, owners, officers, agents, and mandataries. The bill also provides a possibility of leniency under the due diligence defense. This means that if someone is accused of an offense, they can explain to a court that they were prudent and reasonable in the particular circumstances of the offense. There will also be more court orders in the bill, such as the ability to charge an amount in order to monitor environmental effects, to promote the conservation and protection of marine protected areas, to conduct research, to assist a group for their work on the marine protected areas, or to support an educational institution. Bill C-55 is an important step toward providing Canada's oceans with the protection that Canadians expect and have been asking for. And for me, as a representative of West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky country, this is an important step. It's a step toward protecting the livelihoods of many Canadians as well. I look forward to continuing to participate in the protection of Canada's marine ecosystems from coast to coast to coast. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's comments. And I would like to ask her if she could elaborate about C-55 and ministerial discretion versus science-based evidence, and how the government is through this legislation giving that power to the minister without establishing a basis of what I spoke about earlier in terms of minimum protection standards. The scientific community has clearly identified around the world that we need minimum protection standards if we want to see MPAs work. And my colleague from Fleetwood Port Kells asked about, if we don't do this right, the consequences of getting it wrong. So I asked my honourable colleague to comment on that.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for the question and for the leadership of my honourable colleague in this arena. It's noted, and I think Canadians are very grateful for the work he has done. I think the most important thing to note is that within the legislation, the precautionary principle is very important. The fact that we are providing interim measures is very important. It signals that we are trying to move as quickly as we can toward greater protections. Secondly, there's no question that our government hasn't put science, scientists, science-based research at the heart of much of the work that many departments do. And so I think that the member opposite can feel quite confident that that's essential. And thirdly, the fact that the minister has discretion in the context of that is a testament to his leadership with regard to ocean protection. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank our honourable colleague for her passionate speech. Madam Speaker, she just answered a question from our honourable colleague from Port Moody with respect to, again, moving as fast as this government can to put those protections in place. And I asked, Madam Speaker, at what cost? Madam Speaker, we have heard at committee testimony from Canadians from coast to coast to coast to coast, stakeholders, Indigenous groups, industry, NGOs, environmental groups, scientists, that the process has to be thorough. It has to be, we all agree that we need to be moving in the right direction in terms of protection of our oceans. But that process has to be thorough and it has to be true. So through you, Madam Speaker, I just would like to ask our honourable colleague, what does she have to say to the hundreds of stakeholders, if not thousands of stakeholders across Canada that have felt alienated by her government's lack of consultation on this process? Through you, Madam Speaker, I'll offer that to our honourable colleague.
Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague. It's wonderful to think that we might all agree. Certainly, this is something that stakeholders are passionate about, our government is passionate about, and I listened to the Minister in his introductory speech where he recognized the input that he's received. He recognized that he must listen to all of the groups that this affects, but the Act is 20 years out of date. We fell behind in the last decade, and we're making up for that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, she started off opening her speech by talking about the Canada being surrounded from coast to coast to coast with water, and it being critically important, of course, to each and every person in this chamber and across our country. But I wanted to ask her, from the perspective of development and sustainable development, how important this initiative is to ensure that Canada stays leading in terms of our commitment to the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development Goals.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. Speaking in particular as a Member of Parliament from the West Coast, there is nothing that is more respected or revered than wild salmon. Protecting the habitat for wild salmon, for orcas, for herring, for whatever species in the chain, means that the natural abundance can come back and thrive. And I think that what sustainability really means is, are you taking into account all of the aspects that allow the environment and the economy to proceed at the same time? The Sustainable Development Goals are very important to us, and we feel that this step is in response to that and in response to the interests of the community who take this to heart. And that's what gives me such great pride to be addressing this on behalf of the Minister. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd just like to add a comment. I share the Parliamentary Secretary's passion for wild salmon and for other marine wildlife and ecosystems, and I appreciate her comments on that. In terms of the question that was just asked, I just wanted to add before I get to my question that unfortunately Canada is not a leader in ocean protection. We are well behind, as we have outlined. Many countries are well ahead of us. We're at now 3.5%. Other countries are at over 30%. So we have a lot of catching up to do. But my question is around co-governance, working with First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. How does this government expect to work with those bodies of those governments in moving forward at establishing MPAs on all three coasts?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much. We recognize the road ahead of us with regard to marine protection, and that's why the comments that I just made refer to the ability that the government is recommending for an interim marine protected areas so that we can state our intent as all of the other pieces unfold toward much greater marine protected areas of our coast. Co-governance is essential to us. Our relationship with Indigenous peoples of Canada is essential to us. And frankly, this is the opportunity to demonstrate that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member from North Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Highway. Beautiful part of the country, and quite a long riding name. I congratulate her on her speech, and I know her passion for wild salmon on the West Coast, and I share that passion. But again, I'm going to ask this question about what her thoughts are on the ability for the minister to move forward without the scientific evidence or scientific backing on some of these closures. How can that be defendable out there when the world environmental community is so focused on making sure we have the science right?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would like to take this opportunity to point to two other very exciting initiatives of our government under the leadership of the Minister, and that is in Moncton and in West Vancouver, Science Enterprise Centres, which are the revitalization, reinvestment, reigniting science enterprise in these flagship labs on both coasts. And when you bring the community in and you bring science partners together, I can assure you that one of the #1 priorities is environmental conservation, is concern for pollution of the ocean, concern for plastics in the ocean, concern for the potential threats of open net fish farms. These questions are being raised by the community, and our government is putting those questions directly toward 2 new flagship science enterprise centres to answer. Thank you.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and appreciate again the comments the Parliamentary Secretary has provided us. I want to just ask for a quick elaboration on empowering other partners to do the work that she talked about in terms of enforcement of marine protected areas. If you could elaborate as to who those partners are and how they will have the power to go. You mentioned across land into neighboring the oceans. Just what that would look like. Are First Nations included in this? How this will roll out in those particular communities?
I won't elaborate on it, but I'm sure it was through me that you were asking the question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a very brief answer, please.
Briefly, as I mentioned in my comments, examples would be the Guardian Watchmen, Indigenous communities on the North Pacific Coast, and also both provincial and local law enforcement. I've seen this, I'm sure many of you have in our wonderful waterways, that citizens see things happening and there's no one to call. And we feel that we have such engaged partners on oceans protection that this will be very welcome. And of course, it's extended fundamentally to Indigenous peoples, but also local law enforcement.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap, and I will advise him ahead of time that I may need to interrupt him at some point to deal with some other orders of the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak today. But it's always awkward when you don't know when you're going to be cut off, so I'll hopefully get through my speech today. I rise today to speak to Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. This bill proposes to significantly increase the powers of the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans so as to allow the Minister to designate marine protected areas, or MPAs, for an interim period of up to 5 years. The Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans is currently studying MPAs, specifically the criteria and process being used to identify and establish MPAs. Last December, I presented a motion to the committee to undertake this study because it was clear to me that massive efforts and a significant amount of funding was being exerted by this government to increase MPAs, while stakeholders living and working along Canada's coast were unaware of what was happening. At that time, last December, it was clear that the government was exerting pressure on the established process and protocols for establishing MPAs in an effort to speed up that process. Last December, it was also clear that the government was willing to sacrifice processes of consensus building with Canadians for the sake of expediency. First Nations, fishermen, cargo shippers, tourism operators, conservationists, academics, and many other stakeholders continue to face consequences of the government's frantic and half-baked approach to speeding up the process of establishing MPAs. Why is this government in such a hurry? Why are they so desperate that they need to propose this bill which will nullify long-established processes and protocols used to establish consensus among stakeholders? The answer is that in 2015, the Liberals set delivery dates for achieving MPA objectives that the previous Conservative government had committed to through the HE targets under UN Convention on Biological Diversity, or CBD. Through the HE targets, the Conservative government in 2010 committed to conserving 10% of our coastal and marine areas through networks of protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures, not necessarily MPAs. The objectives of conserving coastal and marine areas are worthy objectives, but the problem that thousands of Canadians working and living on coastal areas face today is that they have been cut out of the process of establishing MPAs. Why? Because the Liberal government has failed to deliver so many campaign promises that the pressure is on to deliver these commitments made by us Conservatives. The problem is that the timelines promised by the Liberals in the election were unrealistic in 2015, and they are unrealistic today. This Liberal government has overwhelmed the established structures and processes for developing MPAs. Rather than stepping back and reassessing their timeline, the Liberal government, through this bill, is attempting to discard the systems, structures, and processes that have been used for years to establish MPAs in Canada. Through this bill, the Liberal government proposes to give the Fisheries Minister increased powers to completely bypass established structures and processes designed to build consensus, designed to identify the right balance to strike in considering interests of First Nations, fishermen, and Canadians affected by MPAs. Bill C-55 will allow for arbitrary interim designation of MPAs prior to formal consultations with First Nations or area stakeholders. It is completely unacceptable here in Canada, or anywhere for that matter, for the federal government to undermine the structures and processes that allow citizens, including First Nations, to engage and defend their interests when the government is considering a decision that could have a major effect on those citizens. Upon reviewing the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard's mandate letter, it was clear this government was going to do everything it could to reach their political targets, come hell or high water. Pardon the pun. Considering the 2010 AHE targets were given 10 years to be implemented, it occurred to me that there may be reason for the long time frame set out to reach these targets. The Standing Committee on Fisheries, or FOPO, as it is known here on the Hill, consists of members from across the country and from across the three main political parties in this House. It is an honour to sit on that committee with members who I believe share common commitments to fish, fisheries, and their habitat. Now, the FOPO committee is still in the midst of this study on MPAs and have so far heard from witnesses from many areas of Canada and abroad. The committee has benefited greatly from testimony received from First Nations, from fishermen, conservationists, and representatives from shipping and tourism sectors. What has been even more interesting are the common themes born in the testimony and evidence that the committee has received. The committee has heard that proper consultation before and during the process of establishing MPAs is paramount to establishing the MPAs that are both effective and accepted, especially consultation with and by local communities. Nowhere was this more evident than in the North, where MPAs have been established for protection of Aboriginal fishing and harvesting areas. These areas were established where the local people wanted them, in a manner the local people wanted them, and only after appropriate consultation was completed. Not in an arbitrary manner, absent to scientific certainty, undertaken to meet a political target. And I raise the scientific certainty here because one of the most alarming clauses in Bill C-55, Section 35.2 states, "The Governor and Council and the Minister shall not use the lack of scientific certainty regarding the risks posed by any activity that may be carried out in certain areas of the sea as a reason to postpone or refrain from exercising their powers or performing their duties and functions under subsection 35.3 or 35.1 sub 2. Now, not everyone may take the time to understand what this means, but what it means is the minister does not need the backing of science to designate a marine protected area. No science necessary. It's shameful that this Liberal government's 2015 policy platform alluded to basing decisions on science, yet now, as government, they are proposing to discard the structures and processes of consultation and science by setting the will of the minister above the needs and interests of all Canadians, including First Nations. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, I support marine protected areas. Canada has some of the most biodiverse regions in the world, and our coasts are truly rich in biodiversity. We need to recognize and identify where those important and sensitive areas are and take measures to protect them, while at the same time recognize that we can harvest and develop sustainably so that our country can prosper, maintain our high standards, and be able to enforce the laws and protect the areas we designate. If we choose to move forward without first knowing what it is we are trying to protect or what industry we may be prejudicing, we fail to do our duties as Canadians who elect us to represent them here in this House. Getting back to the study by the FOPO committee, I could quote from a number of witnesses who testified that the process of establishing MPAs has been rushed. For example, Mr. Ian McPherson, Executive Director of the Prince Edward Island Fishermen's Association, stated that the PFIA, the Pacific Prince Edward Island Fishing Association, understands the requirement to protect marine environments, but we do have concerns surrounding the tight timelines to establish these goals. The first step is designating a ministerial order, MPA, as to gather existing scientific, economic, social, and cultural information. Prince Edward Island is a small province driven by small fishing communities. The displacement of fisheries from one community. Madam Speaker, am I being cut off? Okay. I apologize. Hopefully I'll be able to continue my speech tomorrow. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the member will have 10 minutes remaining in this speech the next time that this matter is before the House. Comme il est 17h30, la Chambre...
As it is 5:30, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recording division on the motion of the second reading stage of Bill C-58. Call in the members.
Order, Allard. The question is as follows. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moved that Bill C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Philpott.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Monsieur Dirio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamétis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamétis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellette.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schulte.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Secant.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Lembropoulos.
Madame Namopoulos.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Scheer. Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kasteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 162, 162. Nays contre 124, 124.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. La Chambre procédera maintenant au vote.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-21. The question is as follows. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Baines, moved that Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Null.
Mr. Null.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Ryu.
Mr. Ryu.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chavans.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pesky Salido.
Mr. Pesky Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bracina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Erskine Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur Mercier, Vignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schulte.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Latsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etomes, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Itchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Miss Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Miss Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Ms. Block.
Miss Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Abul Taif.
Ms. Gladue.
Madame Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller. Bruce Gray. Owen Sound.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal. call.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 244, 244, nays contre 42, 42.
Je déclare la
I declare the motion carried.
conséquence, ce projet de loi est renvoyé au comité.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-338 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Soroya, seconded by Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, move that Bill C-338, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, punishment, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Soroya.
No, at my left.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Glinski.
Mr. Glinski.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Fourth row at my left. Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazin.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row on my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf
Fourth
Islands.
row at my left.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
First row at
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Monsieur Mucar.
Monsieur Muquet.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Ms. Jordan.
Ms. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schulte.
Monsieur Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu. Mr. Matsui, Fair Canyon.
Mr. Secant.
Mr. Seacant.
Fourth row at my right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Row at my right.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et le Dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Second row at my right.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef. Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Sohi.
Monsieur Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavin.
Mrs. Cesar Chavin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Rowe at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Potts-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Point of order. Position to this motion or this bill, and unfortunately there was some confusion in the room, so I'd like my vote voted or registered as opposed to it.
In a moment, I think I'm going to be asking for unanimous consent for two people, it looks like. So the honourable member for Saint Laurent, se lève avec un appel au règlement.
Rising on a point of order.
Be recorded as opposed as well. Sorry.
Consent of the House to change their votes to yes. Is unanimous consent? Agreed. Agreed.
Yeas pour 81, 81. Nays contre 204, 204.
Declare the motion defeated. La Chambre procédera maintenant au...
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recording division on the amendment of Mr. O'Toole to motion M128 under private members' business.
Monsieur Kent, appuyé par...
Mr. Kent, seconded by Mr. Kmitch, moved that, in the opinion of the House, the extreme socialist policies and corruption of President Nicolas Maduro and his predecessor, President Hugo Chavez, have imposed considerable suffering on the people of Venezuela, and therefore the House calls upon the government to A. Create a plan to provide humanitarian aid directly to Venezuela's people, particularly with respect to alleviating the severe shortages of food and medical supplies. B. To condemn the continued unjust imprisonment and treatment of political opponents who, as reported on March 14, 2017, by Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, fear repression, torture, and even death. C. Call upon the government of Venezuela to respect the right of the people of Venezuela to hold a free and fair referendum to restore democratic rule in their country. And D. Recognize that Canada's foreign policy should always be rooted in promoting and protecting freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law.
Mr. O'Toole, appuyé par...
Mr. O'Toole, seconded by Mr. Jennis, moved the following amendment that the motion be amended by replacing the word referendum with the word election. The question is on the amendment. All those on my left in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Kent.
Fifth row.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, et Lévy.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Poliev.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Tous ceux à ma droite qui a pris la motion.
All those at my right in favor of the amendment will please rise fifth row.
Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur Massé Avignon le Métis Matin Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon le Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Seacant.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row at my right.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Pardon. Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Troisième rangée à ma...
Third row at my right.
Palagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest de Dessart.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Tansey.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall. Mr.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Première rangée à ma...
First row at my right.
Here.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Tout ça à ma gauche qui s'oppose à l'amendement.
All those against the amendment on my left will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. May, Standard Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Standard Gulf Islands.
Oppose la motion, vous pouvez se lever.
All those opposed to the motion on my left will please rise. Fourth row.
Against. Troisième rangée.
Third row at my left.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left.
Premier rangée.
First row at my left.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Tout ça à ma droite qui s'oppose.
All those at my right opposed to the amendment will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row at my right.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my right.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my right.
Premier.
First row at my right.
We'll figure it out. Confirm that the 7 members in the back only intended to vote yes. Is that correct? The honourable member For Caribou Prince George is suggesting I name them. I'm not going to do that. Just because they voted twice. So I think I'm going to assume that's agreement. Agreed.
Yes pour 282, 282. Nays contre 3.
Je declare l'amendement.
I declare the amendment carried.
The next question is on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Shall I dispense? Okay. Guess we already heard that. All right. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion as amended? Carried? On division? On division. No? Okay. All those in favor of the motion as amended will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. No. In my opinion, the yeas kind of have it. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please, as amended, will please rise.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Schmale.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Ray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
All those at my right in favor of the motion as amended will please rise. Fifth row.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mrs. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Longfield.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon Lamétis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Seacant.
Row at my right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aolfson.
Mr. Aolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
At my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Second row at my right.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpot-Taylor.
Ms. Potspot-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
All those at my left opposed to the motion as amended will please rise.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Miss Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Second row at my left.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Moore. Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Madame Moore.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent.
All those at my right opposed to the motion as amended will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième.
Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right.
Pour 248, 248. Nays contre 36, 36.
I declare the motion as amended, carried.
It being 6:50, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business.
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-345, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, standing in the name of Ms. Moore.
Order. I'd like to ask all honourable members who wish to carry on conversations to take their leave from the chamber at this time so we can get on with private members' business. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
I'm just going to go meet with them. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this particular opposition C-345. I'm pleased that the bill was put forward by my colleague from Abitibi-Temiskaming. The bill's very similar to one that was tabled here, Mr. Speaker, in the House back in the last Parliament. I think all members in the House share the opinion that that the will and want to ensure that pregnant and nursing employees are safe and supported in the workforce as they should be. The bill proposes to allow the Government of Canada to enter into an agreement with provinces that provides for the application of provincial preventative withdrawal provisions that are at least as favorable to the employee as those in the federal legislation. It would create uneven treatment of federally regulated workers across Canada. This bill would add a new section to Part 2 of the Canada Labour Code and allow a pregnant or nursing employee under the federal jurisdiction to access certain provisions of provincial occupational health and safety legislation. Right off the bat, I'd like to emphasize three things, Mr. Speaker. This bill does not improve safety for workers. It has unintended consequences of employers absolving their duty to keep their pregnant and nursing employees in the workforce through reassignment or modification. And of particular note, currently no other province has such a wage replacement program. Mr. Speaker, how we make changes to the Canada Labour Code is important It's an important consideration in this debate. Our government believes in a fair and balanced labor law, and fair and balanced labor laws are created through a tripartite process when it comes to amending the Canada Labour Code. That process has served stakeholders in the federal jurisdiction well over the decades, including employers, labour and government. Although I applaud the member for wanting to improve protections for pregnant nursing workers, I believe those workers and all workers in the federal jurisdiction would be better served to support the process that has helped create the Canada Labour Code that provides some of the best protections for workers in this country. Mr. Speaker, members of this House know that provisions already exist in the Canada Labour Code to protect the health and safety of all in federally regulated workers, including pregnant and nursing employees. At the moment, employees under this federal jurisdiction, no matter where they live, may request from an employer a reassignment or modification of job function based on medical advice. My second point focuses on the fact that the federal legislation emphasizes work modifications and job reassignments so that employees can continue to work in a safe environment. This is important. I would like to stress that employers have a responsibility in ensuring that their workplaces accommodate pregnant and nursing employees. The employer's role is a key part of the discussion that has been absent from this debate. Work modifications and job reassignments ensure that women can continue to participate in the labor force throughout their pregnancy. This should always be a priority. If, however, a reassignment or modification of a job function is in no way possible, employees may take leave of absence as a last resort for the duration of the risk and benefit from the existing job protections under the Code. I'd like to highlight that the current system under the Canada Labour Code is working. There are very few complaints associated with the current federal approach to preventative withdrawal. Over the past 10 years, Mr. Speaker, only 14 complaints have been received, with only 3 of those judged to be founded following investigation. The province of Quebec offers a similar provision for pregnant or nursing workers, providing them with the right to request reassignment to other duties, or, if that's not possible, take leave if their working conditions may be physically dangerous to their health or that of their fetus or nursing child. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a federation of 14 different jurisdictions. It is important that all workers who are regulated by the federal Canada Labour Code are treated fairly and equally, regardless of the province they work in. Providing access to salary replacement benefits only to certain federal employees is unfair to employees working in other provinces and territories. For example, an airline pilot or flight attendant working for a company like WestJet or Air Canada in Alberta should have the same rights as a pilot or attendant working for the same company in Quebec. These considerations should be taken into account as we examine this bill's implications more closely. This bill will only benefit federally regulated workers in Quebec, since it is only the province, the only province that specifically offers preventative withdrawal job protection with wage replacement for those impacted. In Quebec, if a pregnant or nursing employee must stop work because of health risk to herself, her fetus, or her child, and if the employer is not able to reassign her, this employee is entitled to a preventative withdrawal leave with a wage replacement equivalent to 90% of the insurable earnings. Our government takes the physical and mental health of all workers, their safety of workers extremely seriously. In Budget 2017, we announced new compliance and enforcement measures for occupational health and safety and labor standards. These measures include monetary penalties and administrative fees for employers who routinely violate legislation, the authority to publicly name violators, strengthened powers for inspectors, new recourse against reprisals, and improvements to the wage recovery process. Budget also proposed amendments to the Canada Labour Code to give federally regulated workers the right to request flexible work arrangements. These and other Budget 2017 measures will help workers to better balance professional and personal responsibilities, such as caring for a spouse going through medical treatment or for an aging family member, which will benefit workers and their families. Mr. Speaker, we know that new and growing families across this country need support to help balance work and the needs of their families. One of the first actions as a government that we took was introducing the Canada Child Benefit, which puts more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 families, helping lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. Through Budget 2017, we're improving the employment insurance program to help working parents face the challenges that come with a growing family. Parents will have 2 options: receiving EI parental benefits over a period of 12 months at the existing rate of 55%, or over an extended period of up to 18 months at a lower benefit rate of 33% of the average weekly earnings. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, pregnant women will be allowed to claim EI maternity benefits up to 12 weeks before their due date, up from the previous 8 weeks if they choose. Our government also amended the Canada Labour Code to ensure that workers in federally regulated sectors have the job protection they need while receiving caregiving, parental, and maternity benefits. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. This government is working to ensure women across this country are supported in the workforce. Women from coast to coast to coast can depend on this government to fight for their rights and inclusion. We're taking concrete actions to support women in Canadian workplaces. We introduced union training innovations which support and recruit women in trades. We're working hard on building a proactive pay equity regime, which the legislation will be tabled in 2018. We're supporting female students in STEM and business through work placements. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we're trying to improve one aspect of the Canada Labour Code for workers should not lead to inequitable treatment for some others. If the central goal of this bill is to improve the protections and supports for pregnant and nursing employees working in the federal jurisdiction, and those protections and supports should be the same for every mother across this country, irrespective of the province in which they live. Mr. Speaker, labour laws are very complicated, and making changes to them can lead to unintended consequences. That's why we as a government are very supportive of the tripartite process. When changes in the code are made, that's what should be exercised. That's why we're unable, Mr. Speaker, to support this legislation. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise on Bill 345, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code for pregnant and nursing employees. As indicated in my colleague's speech from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, our party supports this piece of legislation being referred forward to review and witnesses for committee. I believe that is an important amendment and should be given the appropriate amount of time at committee stage for that review. Although the Canada Labour Code affects only 10% of the population, some of the jobs falling into this category would be concerning to pregnant and nursing mothers. Jobs including uranium mining, air transportation and airlines, and interprovincial pipelines. Each of these jobs could threaten both the health of the mother and her child. As we move forward in Canada with the economic growth of women, we must take part in important things into consideration. Currently, women make up the small majority of university graduates. Women are graduating from science and technology, engineering and math, but not remaining in the field at the same rate. I believe, as a member of the Status of Women Committee, women make the choice to have children that take them out of their work temporarily and sometimes full-time. We must provide family-friendly options that work for both families but Canada's economy. Policies that would work and support women during their pregnancy and while nursing need to be discussed and studied as we continue to support women nationally. We have heard and reviewed the policies currently in place in Quebec. These policies create a gap between the Quebec employees and their co-workers in the same field, and sometimes when they're working side by side. By providing an opportunity for the federal minister to work with her provincial counterparts and review labour code issues with a gender-based lens will provide a positive and equal playing field. But we need to hear from the experts on this issue who will study the economic benefits and negative impacts to our economy and to families. We must consider what jobs females are currently doing in Canada. According to Statistics Canada in 2016, through the employment under industry and sex, 19.5% of the sector was females in the forestry, fishing, mining, quarry, and oil and gas. According to a similar study completed by the Mining Industry Human Resources Council, participation in the mining industry in 2011 in a variety of capacities, including heavy-duty equipment, welding and truck driving, were all below 15%. So we actually see a growth between 2011 and 2016. It is important that we continue to support the growth of female participation by reviewing the current federal policies in time. Many women plan their careers and employment around childbirth. Families are important to the growth of Canada, and an opportunity to support families is a practical approach to this issue. Providing flexible parental leave and employment insurance benefits for parents with ill children are positive measures that the Conservative Party supports and introduced in previous legislation and during their 2015 platform. We must always consider the risk of a job to the health of her mother and her child. According to Workplace NL, and I quote, Laurentian University, in consultation with Workplace Safety North, has developed a document, Guide to Healthy Pregnancies in the Mining Workplace. This is a valuable resource that provides information on workplace hazards in the mining industry, including physical agents, noise, vibration, heat, radiation, chemical agents, including gases, dust, mist, vapors, metals, and other factors, ergonomics, scheduling, and workplace stress, end of quote. I believe that this is an opportunity to review the occupational health for pregnant and nursing mothers, and organizations like this could in this study. So taking us back to the actual bill and the financial parts and the amendments suggested by the sponsoring member, what will the economic impacts be to Canadians? What is the loss of income to the family when a pregnant or nursing mother must take time off without pay due to their pregnancy? What would this bill do, and what are the results, and what will happen if it went forward? This bill only allows for the Minister of Labour to enter into agreements with the provinces. It does not create these agreements. As a member of the Conservative Party, we support maternal and child health in Canada and abroad. A government MP has indicated previously that legislation like this would further complicate an already complicated area, and I think we've heard from this member just moments ago. But realistically, the key priority of this legislation is the safety of pregnant women and their unborn or nursing children, and the financial impact if they're not able to accommodate a place of work. This government, in their 2017 budget, extended the benefits to women unable to work due to their pregnancies to 12 weeks. Although, on a side note, I still prefer the 15 weeks that was presented in the private member's bill by the member from Kingston and the Islands. By moving the date prior to the birth of the child from 8 to 12 weeks is a positive thing to do, but sometimes the threat of pregnancy is greater than just 12 weeks. Sometimes expecting mothers can have a pregnancy including hypertension or multiple births. Many employers will do their best to accommodate their employees, but unfortunately, this is not always the case, so we need to consider alternatives. Having appropriate studies that will support economic security for women in Canada must be considered, and moving this piece of legislation to committee should be supported. Many issues need to be considered, including current agreements with employees, inequity, and estimated costs. We must find an appropriate balance that supports families while supporting our businesses, who are feeling the impact already from this Liberal government, including the most recent proposed tax changes and their 2015 campaign plan, where they're also going to allow the small business tax credit to be reduced to 9%. We have to always take these things into consideration because it's not just about the employees, but it's also about the employers. And unfortunately, we have seen small businesses being targeted by this government since the 2015 election. And our economy, although we see jobs that have been created, we do see a huge threat as we move forward with these proposed tax changes. So I think we have to always consider what else can the government throw them, whether it's federally or provincially. What is this government going to do to make life for small business even harder? So whereas we're considering these amendments, we must see who will be impacted and who will this legislation make it better for. This has to be the question. Does this piece of legislation make life better for Canadian families, mothers, and their children? How can we properly support the economic security of women in Canada while supporting the growth of Canadian families? I thank the member for bringing this forward so we can review these potential changes. Bill C-345 provides a vehicle for parliamentarians to study these changes and to speak to experts in the different fields. We need to support families and support healthy pregnancies and children, but we also need to create a healthy economy. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Salaberry.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very honoured to rise to support the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue who has put forth Bill C-345. I admire her greatly because she is a woman, a mother of 2 children, one who is 2 and the other a 5-month-old baby. She is a mother here in Parliament, and she's here almost as a single mother because she's here with her 5-month-old baby. And the baby's always here with her. We can see her speaking with the baby carrier on her, the baby in the carrier, and the baby's just outside the door in the lobby. So she's always looking after her baby and representing her constituents, the people of Abitibi-Témiscamingue. She does it brilliantly with passion. She's a woman who fought and has fought for the past 6 years for women, female MPs, to have a child care system here that's adapted to our hours, with voting hours, because child care centers' hours don't reflect MPs' hours. So there were a lot of obstacles. There are a lot of obstacles for women to keep working. And so we need to applaud her for her action. We need to applaud her because I'm very proud of my colleague. She's a young woman, a young MP, and with this bill, C-345, if it's adopted, will enable other women facing difficulties in high-risk environments. As my Conservative colleague said, there are places, pipelines where there are chemical products. It would enable women in those situations to have better conditions, to complete their pregnancies, and to continue to take care of their children while they're nursing them. It's wonderful for her to keep fighting for these measures. She's fighting for these women so that they can have a job, they can continue to live in dignity, and being mothers at the same time. So, Mr. Speaker, being a woman should never be any kind of a disadvantage, nor a source of stress, or it should never create a precarious situation. My colleague said in her speech, in Quebec, the province is always talked about as being more progressive. It's not always been the case. Women got the right to vote. They started, after that, fighting for the rest of their rights. After a number of struggles and battles, they received recognition for equality. And it wasn't until 1979 that there was a maternity benefit program for working women. And so this fight has gone on a long time for equity and fairness, and we must continue the battle. When women choose to have a baby, they are thinking about the promising future for their baby, and they want to think about the future they'll give for their children. We must protect the health of women in Canada and the health of children. So that's why today we're working on this bill, the bill in the name of the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, Bill C-345. And if I may, the current Liberal government keeps boasting about being a feminist government, about wanting to protect women and to work on equity issues and to work on family-work balance. Well, this is a concrete example of steps that they could take in order to better promote family work-life balance and women in the workforce. Bill C-345 amends the Labour Code in order to allow an agreement to be signed by the federal government with the provincial governments for women who are pregnant or nursing when it comes to provincial legislation for occupational health and safety. The federal government has, in 71 put in place as part of the EI program a maternity benefit program paid at 66% for a 15-week period. Following that, unions brought pressure to bear to negotiate a longer period of time and a higher percentage. Unions started to negotiate guarantees that would enable women to re-enter the work or the job that they left prior to maternity, and as well as paternity leave. According to the Labour Congress in the early 60s, only 30% of women between 20 and 30 were in the active workforce in Canada. At the end of the 70s, it had doubled to just over 60%. 70% of women had paid employment in 72. Now, the situation has improved, but we're still only at 70%, so there is some work that needs to be done. In 79, the Common Front in Quebec that included workers from the public sector, education, and health negotiated a 20-week paid benefit period alongside 5 days of paternity leave. These are examples that led up to the current system. Maternity leave must be defended and extended in order to help women in the workforce. The federal government has talked about an 18-month maternity leave program, but the extension leads to a significant drop in revenue because the percentage of income is at 55% and it drops down to 30% after 15 weeks. So it's very difficult to meet a family's needs. And in many cases, in families, single-parent families, the situation becomes very precarious. And because women often earn less than men, generally, they end up in poverty. Now, these are not the winning conditions for a healthy baby and a healthy mother in the long term. Quebec's program is more generous and allows benefits of up to $900 per week compared to $540 at the federal level. If Bill C-45 were to be adopted, and a province decided to put in place a better program than the federal one, or if a province improves a current program, the Minister of Labour would have the authority to establish a new agreement or to include the new benefit. The federal government must encourage provinces to improve their systems, and then women could choose the program best suited to them. Bill C-345 promotes ideas according to which women shouldn't have to choose between placing their health or their child's health in danger or continue to work. Bill C-345 will protect women in high-risk environments and to motivate employers to take steps to help women to work while they're pregnant or nursing. This bill also proposes providing the best care possible by allowing the Minister of Labour to determine which provincial benefit program between the province and the federal one is best for the woman. It also offers benefits to all pregnant women and nursing women within a given province once an agreement has been signed with the federal or territorial government and the Minister of Labour when the job falls under federal jurisdiction. Now, I am a working mother. I nursed. And I wasn't working in a field that would endanger or jeopardize my life or my daughter's life because this is here that I work. I was extremely lucky to find myself in those conditions, in that type of situation. And I'm very much aware that that's not the situation for everyone. I can't imagine with the stress of simply being a new mother, having to learn to raise and nurture one's child, to deal with work, just how stressful it could be if, in addition, I knew that I were in an environment that I would be jeopardizing my health or the health of my child.
This bill, C-345, promotes more equality between all Canadians, as well as equality between all Canadian women. C-345 would reinforce current legislation and help women and men while making our society more productive. By helping men and women to better manage balancing the birth of a child and work, we will allow all ideas for businesses to see the day and to be stronger. And so that is what I have to say about the debate on both sides of the House. I would like to thank my colleague for Rosemont Patry and again my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue for this colossal work. I sure hope that the Liberals will change their minds and understand the importance of this bill for all women who are at risk in their workplaces. Before resuming debate, I see the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House rising on a question. The Leader of the Government in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To inform the House that next Tuesday, October 3rd and Thursday, October 5th shall be allotted days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me as well to rise in the House to talk about a bill that will have positive effects on women who are pregnant and nursing, and a positive effect in order to increase fairness and equity between men and women. I wish to add my voice to that of my colleague for Sudbury Valleyfield, who has just done an excellent speech on this matter, in order to support and congratulate my colleague for her exemplary work. My colleague for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, I'd like to congratulate her for the work that she has done to improve the consideration of family in this House and to improve access to balance work-family life here in this place. I would also like to congratulate her for bringing forward this bill. Bill C-345 is a bill which is an act to amend the Canada Labour Code for pregnant and nursing women. And of course, we are going to support this bill at second reading. The NDP has been working for some time to help the rights of women move forward. Women meet significant challenges on the labour market. My colleague for Abitibi-Témiscamingue is responding to the aspirations of many women who want better working conditions and better security for themselves and for their children when they need to go back to work that may be risky. More precisely, Bill C-35, what does it do? It amends the Canada Labour Code in order to authorize the Minister of Labour to enter into an agreement with the government of a province that provides for the application to pregnant or nursing employees of certain provisions of the provincial legislation concerning occupational health and safety. Essentially, what C-45 allows is it allows women to receive the best possible benefits before the birth of their child and while they are nursing. It protects women who work in higher risk environments and motivates employers to, as a consequence, modify jobs to allow women who are pregnant and nursing to work while they are pregnant or nursing. Those are the main positive points of this bill. It is a bill that, once again, moves forward women's rights and allows better equality between women and men. This bill proposes a flexible way of offering the best care possible to women while allowing the Minister of Labour to consult provincial governments in order to determine which system of maternity benefits between the provincial and the federal system are best for the female citizens of a province. It also permits allowing the same benefits to all pregnant and nursing women within a given province when an agreement is concluded between a provincial and territorial government and the Minister of Labour, regardless of whether it is a federal or provincial job. That ensures equity between all women workers in a given province. This is not the first time that the NDP has risen to put forward bills or motions that intend to improve equality between women and men. Recently, I would remind you that we tabled a motion on pay equity, and we are very proud of that particular motion. It was passed here in the House of Commons, and of course, we recommended passing a law by 2017, this year, in order to ensure pay equity. As I already mentioned here in the House, as I already mentioned, Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, the citizens in my riding are stunned that there is not a pay equity law at the federal level. When I tell them that, they just can't believe that it does not yet exist. Consequently, there are hundreds of citizens in my riding who have signed petitions to ask that this type of legislation be enacted at the federal level. The Liberal government, under the current Prime Minister, unfortunately, is delaying the tabling of this type of legislation. They're planning to wait for the next election before tabling a bill and say that, you can elect me if you want to in order to achieve pay equity. That's a shame, because we should not have to wait to ensure this equity between women and men. That is just one example of all the good work that we are doing to improve equality between women and men. We are really at the avant-garde of this issue. We really take it to heart. Another important element was enacted thanks to the NDP. We are very proud. I am very proud of my colleagues for having succeeded in doing this. It was the victory for eliminating the federal tax on feminine hygiene products. If there's an unfair tax, well, that is certainly one. And I am very proud to have participated in repealing that tax. More than 72,000 citizens in Canada signed a petition to ask that this particular unfair tax be abolished. This tax that was completely unfair. I am very proud that we succeeded in moving forward and bringing that issue to the fore. Those are examples to demonstrate in which context Bill C-345, in the context in which it fits in terms of advancing equality between women and men, and how this is part of our mission. This is part of our DNA, if you will permit, here at the NDP. And I'm very proud of my colleagues who brought forward this subject. There's my colleague for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, but there's also my colleague for Salaberry Valleyfield as well. They changed the culture of the House of Commons. They demonstrated that it's possible to be a woman, an MP, and to have young children, that one can even nurse here, and one can still shoulder the responsibilities of an MP and continue the function of MP, which is so important, and that we can give them all the resources, all the opportunities. I know that my colleagues worked very hard to improve work-family balance, the function of being an MP and family life. We have a lot of work still left to do, but this is another step that we can make by passing this bill, C-345. Recently, Mr. Speaker, I worked on another campaign. One of my colleagues has spoken a great deal about this, and I continue to support it, and that is making prescription birth control free. It is often women who bear the responsibility or the monetary burden associated with these contraceptives. And so often women have to pay this amount. Making prescription contraception free, well, it's not really a choice. When one goes to a doctor and the doctor suggests one contraceptive over another, it's often because it doesn't correspond to their state of health, to their physical reality, and they have to change birth control, it can represent hundreds of dollars. And when we think of women who are perhaps heads of single-parent families, who are young women who are studying, or women who have low incomes, well, this can lead to consequences on their opportunity to access this prescription contraceptive when it was suggested by their doctor. There are other countries in the world who make them free or almost free when contraception is prescribed. In my writing, there are petitions that have been signed to ask for prescription birth control to be free. This is yet another way that equality between women and men could be supported. And once again, I would like to thank my colleague for Abitibi-Témiscamingue for having brought this bill forward. I congratulate her for the fight that she is leading to allow better access here in the House of Commons to services, to ensure better equality and better balance between work and family life, and to continue her work as an MP. I would like to thank her for all the work that she has done to ensure that all women can benefit from it for the years to come, and I hope that we will continue to do so in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. Consequently, I would invite the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue to use her right of reply. The Honourable Member will have up to 5 minutes for her comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take the time to respond to some of the arguments that have been presented to vote against my bill, especially on the Liberal side. I think it's very important for each one of them to take the time to listen carefully to understand them. They mentioned that there's already an EI program that has 12 weeks before the expected date of birth, but pregnancy lasts for some time, and 28 weeks, during which women receive that there's risks of congenital defects and miscarriage during early trimesters, and we are not protecting them. That is why it's important to have preventative withdrawal from the workplace to allow women to have an income, especially when other women in that province receive them. We were talking about the fact that there might be 2 employees working for the same employer, and one resides in Quebec, the other in Ontario, and they would not have access to the same protection. But that's already the case when it comes to parental leave in the House of Commons. If one resides in Ontario and one resides in Ontario, they don't have the same program. One will get EI, and the other, on the Quebec EI leave regime, will have different benefits. We already have a by-province approach when it comes to parental leave. Might as well have an approach based on province when it comes to preventative withdrawal from the workplace. Let's continue the same logic in that situation. What I wish to say is that currently the only provinces in which we could benefit from this is Quebec. It's true. But there are other ministers who are working on programs like this one because they see how important it is. There are progressive governments in Alberta, in British Columbia, who are studying this matter and are realizing just how important it can be crucial in family planning to have preventative withdrawal from the workplace. So to say only Quebecers benefit from it, well, that's true, but that doesn't mean that that's going to be true forever. And I hope that we are going to move on this. We could perhaps put forward a federal program, a pan-Canadian program, except that 85% of employees are under provincial jurisdiction. It's much more logical to let provinces decide for themselves what program they want, and for us to respect provincial programs to allow people working in the same province to benefit from the same protections. What we're seeing is that it's clear there's no reason to vote against this, especially at second reading, where there is still the committee stage to consider. If the conservators have understood that this is a matter of women's rights, that this is a matter of protecting and women who are pregnant and nursing, and set their partisanship aside to support my bill, and we know that we have very different visions on many issues, well, I think that there's absolutely no reason for the Liberals to decide to act in a partisan fashion and to refuse rights to women who are pregnant and nursing. I think women should be able to have a safe pregnancy and not end up in a precarious financial situation. I hope that they will understand what this is about and that they will allow this bill to go to committee, because this is really a matter of women's rights. And I think we really need to act. Women deserve to be able to have a safe pregnancy without ending up in a financially precarious situation. Thank you.
Alors, la question est la suivante.
Question is as follows. Ms. Moore, seconded by Ms. Boutin-Sweet, proposes that Bill C-345, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, pregnant and nursing employees, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those who support the motion will please say yay. Those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. As per Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 4th, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
And in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question that I asked on a very memorable day. It was April 12th of this spring, and we were here gathered just hours after this place was electrified by the inspiring speech of Malala Yousafzai. She was extraordinary. I think we all remember her ability, her deft touch of humor, her compelling life story, and her challenge to Canada to help and make a priority in the education of women and girls. Now, at that time, I asked a question in question period of the Prime Minister and used the challenge that Malala Yousafzai had put to us. We'll recall that her address laid out very clearly the case, the absolutely rock-solid case, that educating women and girls is the best investment one can make in peace and security and bettering the whole world. As she said, secondary education for girls can transform our countries, our communities, and the whole world. But, she went on, around the world, 130 million girls are out of school today. Well, her challenge to the Prime Minister is one, and actually she stated it as, Dear Canada, I ask you to lead again, and she had very specific questions. Will the Prime Minister make girls' education the central theme of his upcoming G7 presidency? Will he use the influence of Canada to help fill the global education funding gap? Will Canada offer to host the upcoming replenishment of the Global Partnership for Education? Will Canada prioritize 12 years of school for every refugee child? And I have to say the Prime Minister's answer was entirely positive, but as in the case with many answers in question period, it lacked specificity. Clearly, the Prime Minister spoke of the enormous honour of welcoming Malala Yousafzai. He agreed that we need to do more, and he agreed that in Canada's G7 presidency, which will begin next year, there will be a strong emphasis on gender equality and opportunity for women and girls. But since that time, I think that we can say quite fairly, and unfortunately the world has fallen short, and there have been a number of disturbing developments. Again, one of these things still lies in the future, which is the G7 presidency for Canada. But the G7 meeting just months later, in June of this year in Italy, was extremely disappointing. A much-anticipated report on education was shelved. Malala Yousafzai and her supporters, the Malala Fund, within 48 hours, generated more than 27,000 allies and individuals who mobilized in 134 countries demanding that the report be released. It was not. Meanwhile, funding for women and girls for their education has dropped, particularly large funders. I will identify the United States and the United Kingdom particularly, have reduced their funding. So there's now less funding to meet this critical sustainable development goal for education than there was when just a year ago. So the question is this, and another thing that was very specific in the challenge was, would Canada step up to host the global replenishment? No, it was Senegal and France that stepped up. So this is not a failure. This is not a broken promise, not yet. But I ask the government, I ask the Prime Minister, I ask the Parliamentary Secretary, will Canada step up and deliver on the promises that we made to Malala?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for a question. But if you would permit me before I begin, I was to attend a toast to the late Jim Flaherty from my riding of Whitby this evening in support of the Ability Centre, a project which he and his wife Christine really worked hard to ensure came to fruition. So I do want at this point to raise a toast from this venue to the late Jim Flaherty in honor of his work on the Ability Centre. But Mr. Speaker, to answer my honourable colleague's question, we believe that every girl and boy should be able to go to school and complete primary and secondary education regardless of their circumstance or refugee status. This is in line with Canada's commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development adopted by the United Nations in 2015. We also believe that gender equality, the empowerment of women and girls, and the promotion of human rights are key Canadian values. Canada integrates attention to gender equality into all issues of development programming and reduces barriers to girls' education. We are providing community-based education, training to teachers to address gender discrimination, and preventing gender-based violence in schools. Canada is also working to end child, early, and forced marriage, and to meet girls' water, sanitation, and hygiene needs by providing $7.5 million to UNICEF for the Wins for Girls initiative. And of course, these initiatives emphasize our holistic approach to education because you can't study or do well in school without addressing issues like these. Canada also supports increased access to education for girls, including in Kenya and Pakistan, as well as for Syrian refugees, girls in Lebanon and Jordan. Canada is supporting a multi-donor initiative to meet the government of Jordan's commitment to ensure that girls and boys, including refugees, have access to public school. In addition to supporting girls' education, Canada is concerned about the gaps in education for crisis-affected children and refugees. We are providing $20 million to the Education Cannot Wait Fund for emergency education. Under the new Middle East strategy between 2016 and 2019, our government has so far committed $180 million to education initiatives for children affected by the Syria and Iraq crises. In addition, Canada is providing $120 million to the Global Partnership for Education to strengthen education systems in 65 developing countries, and actively participating in board committees and supporting their work on a country level. With respect to our work to address the education funding gap in developing countries, Canada was engaging with our G7 partners on the G7 Toromia Progress Report, which will demonstrate Canada's meaningful progress on education. This includes progress in areas where education outcomes have a direct impact on gender equality, health, inclusive growth, and peace and security. While it is too early to specify what themes Canada will prioritize next year during its G7 presidency, we certainly will build on efforts to strengthen gender equality and women's empowerment, which cannot be achieved without education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my friend, Parliamentary Secretary. I join her in a toast to Jim Flaherty and thank Christine for their work for the Ability Centre. What we're looking at in terms of the education of women and girls is and remains urgent. I know we share a lot of the concerns in this place about that issue, but just to give this House a sense of the scale, $20 million from Canada for the Education Cannot Wait Fund aims to raise $3.85 billion. So we've donated essentially a drop in the bucket. We can do better. We have $120 million to the Global Partnership in Education Replenishment Campaign. The gap is huge. It needs to raise $3.1 billion for the period 2018 to 2020. I know these are challenging things. There are multiple priorities that press on a government. But Malala Yousafzai is a Canadian citizen. I want her to be proud of her country. I want us to lead.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, we both agree that the gap is huge. And as I mentioned in my speech, we are taking a holistic approach to ensuring that girls and boys have the education they need within crises and conflict and fragile zones. But, Mr. Speaker, with our new Feminist International Assistance Policy, we are taking a comprehensive approach in ensuring that we're listening to local actors, that we're allowing for programming that listens to women and girls who are on the ground to ensure that once we make those investments in education, that things like water and sanitation that also impact whether or not a girl could go to school and effectively thrive in that environment, whether a girl could reach her full potential because she doesn't have the other acts of violence towards her. We want to make sure that we are looking at this comprehensively to ensure that girls can grow and reach their full potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The questions that I'm responding to tonight has to do with the Prime Minister's vacation that he took, I believe, last Christmas, and which I believe now is subject to an investigation by the Federal Ethics Commissioner related to his use of private aircraft. The questions that I raised, though, it was more trying to get a sense of where his headspace was at in this. And I was trying to make it relevant to the people in my community. Alberta is going through a really hard time right now. There's a lot of people that are out of work in Calgary, and there's been a lot of things that have sort of happened in the last 2 years that have essentially been a kick while they're down. We've seen a carbon tax put in place. We've seen punitive policies from the federal government on the energy sector, such as changing the rules for environmental assessments midstream, very political decisions, essentially, I think, designed to shut down the energy sector, but nonetheless. Municipal property tax increases, changes in the wage floor in Alberta, and then now the small business tax increase. So a lot of people in my community are saying, okay, well, you're taking a lot from us. You're taking a lot, but you're taking a vacation. And I just wanted to know why he thought it was okay to do this and give him a chance to explain to my constituents how he thought this was right. The response that I got was nowhere close to satisfactory. And you know, if you're going to make those sorts of actions, you should be able to explain them. And he didn't do that. When I told somebody, a friend, about this situation, you know, he described, he's like, "Wow, that's a real super Gucci vacation that guy took." And I agree with him. It's a bit out of character. It's sort of saying. And the Prime Minister has asked Canadians to make a lot of sacrifices, and they haven't gotten a lot to show for it. and then he's kind of doing do as I say, not as I do with the Caribbean vacation thing. And I'm trying to make this very serious. So I guess my question is this tonight, because I know the Prime Minister isn't in the House, and his, my apologies, it will be his, his parliamentary secretary will be responding to this question. What, could the parliamentary secretary just tell me how he feels about this? Because I know that he also represents a large amount of constituents. Does he feel like he can stand up in this place and defend the Prime Minister's actions with regard to this vacation, especially in the context of the small business tax, and of the data that's showing that the federal debt is increasing, our GDP is not growing, people are not getting more jobs? What is it like for him to have to defend a Prime Minister that is under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner, won't answer questions about it, and frankly took a very expensive and high-profile, super Gucci vacation on the taxpayer's dime?
Well, Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm somewhat disappointed in terms of just the manner in which the member across the way tries to portray something that's just not true. Alberta is a province that has gone through a great deal over the last couple of years. And this is a government that, with a very compassionate heart, has not only expressed its desire to see the province of Alberta move forward, but has invested tremendous amounts of hundreds of millions of dollars through infrastructure. As a government, we have materialized in seeing actually pipelines getting approved. Both of those examples that I just gave off, Stephen Harper was not able to achieve. The member across the way is trying to paint a picture of a bleak future for the province of Alberta. We believe in government that Alberta is one of those very important critical components to Canada's future prosperity and the prosperity of our middle class and those that are aspiring to be a part of Canada's middle class. This government has worked very hard, day in and day out. And if the member across the way wants to defend giving tax breaks to the wealthiest of Canadians, not supporting tax breaks to Canada's middle class, and many of the other wonderful initiatives that this government has actually taken in order to ensure that we have a growing and a healthier middle class. The middle class and those striving to be a part of it that are in fact building our country and growing. We have had thousands of jobs that have been created under this administration, many of which are in Alberta. We recognize that there is so much more that we can do, and we will continue to move forward, Mr. Speaker. But to try to give the false impression that we have a Prime Minister that's not listening or in tune with the province of Alberta or any other Canadians is just wrong. In regards to the question that actually brought us to this point here today, Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say, as the Prime Minister himself has answered, that previously that this was a personal family vacation with a long-standing friend that he has known for a very, very long time. The Prime Minister will answer any questions that the Commissioner has. Our government's top priority is to make smart and responsible investments to strengthen the middle class, grow the economy, and prepare Canadians for the economy of tomorrow. Over the past year, our government has put into place a plan to grow the economy in a way that works for the middle class and those working hard to join it. This is a government that is clearly demonstrated, even in the member's very own backyard, that there is so much more that we are going to do. But to try to give the impression that this government has done anything less than what the Conservative government did in 10 years is just wrong, Mr. Speaker. We have done a great deal for Albertans. We will continue to do that as we recognize the importance of all provinces and territories in our great nation. And we will continue to build the economy as we have seen hundreds of thousands of jobs that have been generated even under this government in just 2 years. We are not giving up on the province of Alberta. Many of the Conservative MPs might have chosen to do that, but rest assured, Mr. Speaker, we are a government that cares deeply about the economy and our middle class and those that are striving very hard, and the policies that you will see from this government will clearly demonstrate the support for the types of initiatives that are going to make a real difference for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I think a lot of Albertans who would watch that and watch the questions that I ask, how can the member opposite justify the Prime Minister's lavish vacation and ethics commissioner investigation and then hear this massive word salad of spin that is blatantly false and doesn't apply to them? You know what? Albertans aren't fools, and that was just a foolish response, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't even respectful. You know, my colleague opposite, he's been a parliamentarian for a long time. He's done a lot of work in the House. His daughter is running for a senior position in the Manitoba legislature. I guess I'm just going to ask him again, how can he defend, because I'm going to put it to him again very clearly, how does he live with himself when he has to stand up and defend the Prime Minister's lavish vacation when the Prime Minister won't defend himself in the House, given all of the tax increases that the Liberals have put in place, and then just stand here and spin, especially given the constituents that he represents? So I'm very, very simply, Mr. Speaker, how does the member opposite, how can he defend the Prime Minister taking a lavish Caribbean vacation that he is now under ethics investigation for? Thank you.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I can defend it very easily. You know, at the end of the day, when she makes reference to the fact of, well, how do we justify taking holidays when the economy and what's taking place within the economy, and then goes on to give misinformation about the economy. What I tell the residents of Winnipeg North is that, yeah, we did have a special tax on Canada's 1% wealthiest individuals, but we also put into place the most substantial middle-class tax break in decades in this country, Mr. Speaker, which are affecting thousands of the constituents in which I represent. We increased substantially the Canada Child benefit and put it on a sliding scale. Why do we provide child break taxes for the millionaires when we have individuals that are making less than $30,000 that are finding it difficult to make? The Canada Child Benefit Program is benefiting thousands of my constituents, not to mention the guaranteed income increases, Mr. Speaker, which is again taking some of the poorest seniors in our country out of poverty. It's actually with pride that I say that our government has done so much to improve the quality of life, but I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more to do yet, and we'll plan to do so.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight seeking answers to a question I originally asked last April regarding China's dumping of steel. In my riding of Essex, good-paying, high-skilled jobs at Atlas Tube rely on the Canadian government standing up to these unfair practices. China is unfairly dumping steel at prices that undercut and hurt Canadian producers. Our steel industry, including its partners like the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, local chambers like mine in the community of Windsor-Essex, and the United Steelworkers, are urging the government to strengthen Canada's trade remedy rules. Sadly, we've only heard empty rhetoric from this Liberal government. The government has started to discuss a potential free trade agreement with China, and this raises many concerns about how Canada plans to address China's shortfall on human rights, environmental rights, and labour rights, as well as its record on currency manipulation and ultimately unfair trade practices of the kind I mentioned, such as steel dumping and overproduction. In other trade agreements, China has insisted that its partners grant them market economy status, which will make it even harder for our steel producers to compete, and extradition treaties, which will force us to turn a blind eye to the numerous outstanding human rights violations. When I originally asked my question, the Prime Minister responded, stating that he'd already addressed the issue with Chinese leadership. However, in the 5 months since I raised the issue, nothing has changed. As a member of the Standing Committee for International Trade, I asked that we study the Canadian steel industry's ability to compete internationally. Our report was tabled in the House of Commons last June, and we put forward many recommendations. While the NDP supports the report's conclusion and recommendations, we believe the report should have gone farther in emphasizing the need to work in close partnership with the United States and the need for urgent action by the government to defend and grow Canada's steel industry. The majority of our recommendations ask the government to defend our domestic steel industry against the unfair steel dumping practices of countries like China. In addition, as a member of the All-Party Parliamentary Steel Caucus, I traveled to Washington last June to discuss the significant risk to Canada's steel sector if Canada and the U.S.'s trade remedy systems diverge. If the U.S. government, through Buy American policies or otherwise, imposes restrictions on steel imports or applies tariffs to Canadian steel as a result of the Section 232 investigation, the federal government should urgently seek an exemption from these restrictions or tariffs for Canadian steel. Furthermore, the government must actively work in close partnership with the U.S. to address global steel dumping, and it must demonstrate to the U.S. the importance of working together, not against one another, on this very critical issue. President Trump's repeated rhetorical attacks on key Canadian sectors such as auto, dairy, steel, and most recently aerospace are deeply worrisome for the hundreds of thousands of Canadians whose jobs depend on the strong, integrated Canada-U.S. relationship. Aside from these attacks, the U.S. has, of course, gone ahead with countervailing duties on Canadian softwood lumber exports and the 220% duty now levied on Bombardier. These duties will devastate communities, mills, and workers across Canada. The federal government's response to this point has been extremely weak. Requests for assistance and support have been met with silence. The Liberals talk about progressive trade that benefits Canadians. Now it's time to walk the walk. Canadians want fair trade that benefits all Canadians, not just a few at the top. They want a government that has a plan for protecting Canadian jobs. They cannot afford another government that believes that bending to the will of a larger, richer nation is the way to go. I would really like to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary on these issues. Canadian steel producers and workers in the industry deserve an assurance that the government will get a commitment from China that China will stop unfair steel dumping in our country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague. As the Prime Minister has indicated with regard to our interaction with China on the question of steel exports to Canada, this issue has certainly been raised by Canada by both the Prime Minister and the Minister of International Trade. The issue of overcapacity was discussed at length by the G20 leaders at their meeting in Hamburg last July. China heard very clearly our concerns on this issue, which we take very seriously. The G20 leaders, including President Xi, agreed that all major steel-producing countries must present solutions to ministers this fall through the G20 Global Forum on Steel Excess Capacity. I would also like to mention that Canada is raising the issue of overcapacity at the World Trade Organization. In April, Canada, along with the United States, the EU, and Japan, presented a paper on this issue to the Subsidies Committee and called on the committee to examine the subsidies that can lead to the problem of overcapacity. Mr. Speaker, the government has also responded to the steel industry request for changes to our trade remedies law. The government has consulted Canadians on additional steps to modernize and strengthen Canada's trade remedy system to ensure that Canadian companies are competing on a level playing field with foreign exporters. Informed by these consultations, Budget 2017 announced legislative and regulatory amendments to improve enforcement of trade remedy measures, address the circumvention of duties, better account for market and price distortions, and provide unions with the ability to participate in trade remedy proceedings. Legislative amendments have passed, and the government is working on the regulatory amendments required to operationalize these new tools, which will provide Canadian producers with a more rigorous response to unfair trade and better align Canada's trade remedy system with those of our major trading partners. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary, but the issue isn't that the government isn't talking about the problem or doesn't understand the problem. The issue is that the government is not acting on the problem, and this is costing jobs. This is costing potentially our footprint in Canada in terms of steel. We've seen incredible jobs leave our country. We've seen communities like mine in Windsor, Essex, certainly in Hamilton, and when we look to the north to the Sioux, be devastated by the losses that they've felt from the impact of this Chinese steel dumping. It's been 2 years since this government came to office, and it is beyond time for them to act to ensure that good-paying jobs that sustain communities are protected. There are many voices, Mr. Speaker, that are joining in this, and to be honest, they're quite unanimous in what it is that they propose. Do not grant market economy status to China. So I would like to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary some dates on when we can expect this very unfair steel dumping to end, as well as whether or not the government is considering to grant that market economy status to China.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the government is actively engaged on steel. Canada has trade remedy measures on 15 different steel products originating from 23 countries, and China is covered in almost all of them. As long as some exporters or countries use unfair trade practices, we will not hesitate to use these tools. We have one of the best systems in the world, and as we have shown in the latest budget, we are working to make it even stronger. This is of course, important for steelworkers, whether they are in Hamilton, Sault Ste. Marie, or Regina, and I thank my colleague for her passionate interest in this question. Thank you.
La motion importante que la Chambre se joint est maintenant réputée adoptée. La Chambre demeure donc ajournée jusqu'à demain à 10 heures, conformément à l'article 24.1 du règlement.